Girl, no way.
What happened?
Oh, we live. Hello,
I'm like, girl, don't
everybody. Let me make sure we live. Get everybody coming in.
yeah, tell them come on in, have a
There
seat.
we go. We on. Okay.
All right.
Welcome, everybody.
Yeah,
It's it. Today is the day. Today is the Y'all come on in, people. All right. So, Sharita, thank you for coming. Thank you for being on.
thank you for inviting me. It's always an honor.
Absolutely. So, of course, I launched my book, but what people don't know is you were part of that inspiration for me. Um, yeah, you when you came out with your book, I gave you a call and I said, "Wow, tell me a little bit more. Like, how did you do that?" Because I wanted to put out my book of poetry, and you explained to me the process. You were so nice. You was like, "Girl, you can do it." You was so encouraging.
Yes.
So that helped out quite a bit.
You know, I'm
Um,
always supportive of you. And I am so proud of you. You like over exceeded me. So I'm like, oh, you
Oh,
did
girl,
a
you in
great job.
movies and stuff.
Ah!
Let me keep introducing you. So you're an author, you're an advocate, actress. Like, just tell me the list of your accomplishments.
Oh, okay. Let me kind of tell you how this went off. I became an author first, and that spent off to me being on the podcast. Shout out to Keisha and the Power Team. And
Oh,
from the podcast, opened up the opportunities for me to become a local actress, in which I did. I played in Facade, I played in Pressure, and I played in The Jet. And one of the movies is on Tubi. Hopefully, the next one will be
woo!
on Netflix.
Look at you! Congratulations! See, you doing big things, girl.
Ooh, girl,
Woo.
it's been a whirlwind.
I know, but it's always good to stay busy. It really is.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so what made you want to write your You said what was the name of your first book?
One wing,
One
one
Wing was the
wing.
first book. Okay.
Yeah,
And then what was the name of the second book?
it's a self-healing journey. Self-healing journal. It's just the same acronym, just one wing. All new empowerment with integrity and natural grace. It's a self-healing journey. It gives the steps, the tools of self-healing.
Absolutely. I love it too because I bought that, purchased it.
Yeah.
And then also you had a book. Is it Rudy's Tears?
Rudy Magical Tears. It's about
Yes.
the young Sharita. They used to call me Rudy. So, and I cried a lot when I was little. So I just wrote about Rudy and how Rudy grew up and her tears planted, watered the plant. And then you got the adult Rudy, me.
Okay. And that's the One Wing.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I love it. I love it. And what made you write your first book? And then, in order, what made you, continue those steps?
Um, what made me really write my first book is because I wanted to use it as a way to tell my story. Two, I use it as a step in healing. Writing is therapeutic, and just getting your story out can heal so many parts of you. And I wanted to do a dedication to my mother. I lost my mother when I was 2.5 years old. So your mother is like your other crutch. So I always had my father, but my mother was deceased, so
Mhm.
only had one wing, which was my father. So I just wanted to do a dedication to her and to other people that have lost their mothers. So it's called, the title of the book is One Wing, but it's called Secret Cries of a Motherless Child.
Mm. I love that title too, and it all makes sense with the One Wing. So yes, I love that you dedicated it to your mother, because
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, I did the same thing with my book, dedicated to my sister who passed. It's like you want their legacy to continue. You don't want it to end.
Right,
So
right,
I
right.
get that. You're like, no,
Yeah.
you're not gonna forget about my mother. You're not gonna
Eh,
forget about my
hello,
sister.
hello.
I get it.
Yeah,
I was the same
yeah,
way. Okay, and now what made you so it all came together with the One Wing with the journal, and
yes.
then you wrote the
Rudy Magical Tears. Yeah. It was
Okay.
all like steps into my childhood, my trauma, just growing up without a mother. So all these books was just a part of me and my
Okay.
steps in healing. And
Okay.
then want to share my story with others, and others can, kind of be like, dang, I went through this and this is how she overcame it, or dang,
Can
just to
relate.
help others. Right, right.
Right. Okay. Let's see. I am live. So now we got somebody ringing the doorbell. So let me see.
Oh Lord.
Oh. So we already talked about it being therapeutic. So we do know that when you do write, it's I know when I was writing, I had to step away
Hmm.
and I actually had to cry because it got
Yeah.
that deep.
Yes. Your book did. It really got deep, deep, deep. I was like, dang, that's what made me want to write my fourth one. My fourth one I'm working on. And then
Okay.
I'll go like deeper, deeper, and deeper.
Okay. So you got another one coming out. Okay.
Yes, I'm working on my fourth book. Hopefully, I start in September. But this book is going to be titled Unwinged because I lost my father during COVID. So it's not going to be all negative, all sad, but it's going to go into great, great details. It's going to be good.
I understand. I get it. Look, I know you don't got to tell me because one week, I mean, I read that was really good. And what I liked about it was an easy read and it
Right,
made me want more. You know what I mean? It was a really
right.
good book. So I know Unwinged is going to be great.
Yes.
So tell me about the movie. So you got into the movie. Yes, shout out to Power Team because let me tell you, when I say supportive, I mean I will cry just thinking about how supportive Catcher Cash was. The whole
Mm-hmm.
team was just
Yes,
very supportive of me. Mompreneur, Robin, like I'm going on her
yes,
podcast in
yes,
August. So yes, they do open up doors and they're very helpful. So yeah, shout
yes.
out to them. So
I
what
love
made
them.
you yes, tell me about your movies.
Oh Lord. I played the starring role in Facade. In Pressure, I played a kind of pop-up role. And in The Jet, I played the starring role as well as Megan. Um, it was something I've never ever done. I never thought I could do it, but I'm telling you, like being on the Power podcast and just learning how to, speak more publicly, and being on live all the time. So I was like, when I got the opportunity, I'm like, well, hey, why not? Why not? And it just spiraled into something great. Everybody that I've been in their movies, they're all like really, really awesome people, and
Networking is awesome. Yeah.
we still connected. We still connected.
I love that. I love how you still connect. You open up, you meet new people that you would have never met, any other circumstances. And
Right,
you
right.
build a whole nother family, whole nother friendship. So that is awesome.
Yes,
So Facade was the first one.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
So then now
Aside.
they got you kind of going. So you kind of knew what to expect. So the second one is like, okay.
Right, right, right. Let me pop up, and then I got in the Jet. It was a horror film, so I was like, let me spit off into somebody. They already said I was kind of crazy,
Okay.
but let me spit out to Megan and really like stir the pot. So yeah, I really like that role too, and I
Okay.
hope to continue on. Now I've moved out of Arkansas,
Just the beginning,
so
girl. Just the beginning.
whew, Lord, say God just keep opening the doors. So hopefully I'll be in more and more films.
Good, good, good. And I'll pray. I already know you're already gonna make it. I'm not worried about that. Like I said, you was my inspiration. So
Thank you.
okay, so my book is about spiritual journeys, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you tell me, what does your spiritual journey looks like? What does it look like to you?
Ooh, my spiritual journey, Lord, like spins off again with losing my mother, and just not growing up without her and not being anybody's child, like really puts you in a different place where you feel like you don't belong. You're not really connected directly with somebody. So
Okay.
I would say my spiritual journey started off young, just always crying out to God. Why, you do the great, why
Yeah.
me? Why'd you have to take my mama?
Mhm.
Then you go through all these thoughts and, dealing with family that you're not really like connected or bonded to.
Right.
Um, it's always difficult. Then you get into toxic relationships. So I would say my healing journey has been ugly but beautiful.
Right. Right.
Because you find you keep going and you keep going and you find your purpose. I know my purpose is to help people. I know my purpose is to genuinely offer support and love people.
Absolutely.
So when I learned that, that's that's what I carry on now. I've been in property management for years, so I have a lot of residents, and then I just realized like family. You're connected by blood, but you can make family with whoever.
Right. I agree with that 100%.
So being in the essence of who I am, so now that I have been on my healing journey, I'm still healing, but I
Yeah.
progressed a lot more. Then I just project, love. And so that has connected me with great, great people that genuinely love me.
Right.
And that helps me, heal more.
So when you mentioned that, your purpose, with family, it's not always blood, I can
Hmm.
relate to that because sometimes, you're put together just by family because sometimes family can be the most toxic ones.
Hello.
So it's like, it's easy to connect with outside people that don't know you, that don't judge you from, they're meeting you where you at right there in your journey.
Right,
So they're not
right.
going to be as judgmental as those family members. Just like Jesus had to leave Nazareth before he could heal.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I get that 100%. I
Hmm.
truly, truly do. Okay, so how do you think relationships with people in general, um, boyfriend, girlfriend, friendships, how do you think that affects like your spiritual journey? For example, I say that because if I'm not with someone, I could focus more. When people want something from you, it takes a little piece away from you to where you can't focus all in on what you need to focus on. So
Right.
give me your take on that.
Oh, you definitely have to disconnect from people, especially when they don't really respect your healing journey. I would say, like
Add
when
it
you're
to your
going through
journey.
things, and sometimes you just want to be alone. You don't want to answer your phone all the time. You don't want to gossip all
Yes.
the time. You don't want to go to club all the time.
Yes.
So you have to disconnect
That's
from
the
those people
set.
that want to do those things. Not that you don't love them, that you don't care about them, but you're on a different path, a different journey. So you have to cut ties. And I learned to say, hey, I'll be all right without you. And so I just let them go.
Yeah, I definitely can relate to that, and it's hard to cut those people off because you're so used to them. And it's not like they did anything wrong. It's just you feel that you're not that person anymore, and you
Right,
don't want them to feel like you're big, you're bigger, you're better than me. You don't want them
right.
to feel like
True,
that.
true. But when you're walking in the essence of yourself and you learn to love yourself truly and authentically, you'll be okay with letting them go. Because you will have an understanding. Like, everybody not meant to go on your journey with you. Everybody
True.
not meant to be in your life. So when you learn people are not connected or on the same journey as you, you gotta let them go. You gotta be okay with that. Love
Right.
them from a distance. Like, I still see you, I still love you, but I don't have to call you every day. We ain't gotta go to club. We ain't gotta kick it. We ain't gotta. We we cool.
Yeah, and and I'm cool now. If you got a problem, you got that problem. I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm good. My
Right,
regular persona.
right, right.
So when you feel like that you're off track, when you feel like, okay, I'm just kind of off balance, because we kind of get that feeling where it's like, okay, let me take a step back. What do you do to try to refocus?
Ooh, I
You sound
definitely
like
go
me.
into deep meditation, and I write.
Okay.
I just kind of write, and then just kind of figure out where did I go wrong, and meditate to get myself back on the right path. Writing has always worked for me
Right.
with redirecting myself, because sometimes I get off of like, Sheree, girl, you doing too much. Like, calm down, like, refocus. So I always keep my journal. Girl, you got this. I write, I write, I write.
Journal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that because people can get you out your character. And when you got to
Mhm.
refocus, but I also take a step back and I say, okay, I always do this first. Okay, well, what did I do? Is there something that I did first? Because if it's something I did, I want to correct it. I don't
Right.
know
Self
the cause of
accountability.
anybody's
Yes.
pain, hurt, anger. So what can I do to correct it? Or what did first, let me see what I did. Now if
Right.
I did internal search and it wasn't me,
Right.
then I need to evaluate some things.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I definitely get that. I definitely get that. Okay. So I'm going to read a passage from my book, and then I'm going to ask you a question about the passage.
Okay.
Okay. So it's let's see here. I'm going to actually look from here. Okay, so this passage is okay. I didn't understand why I wasn't good enough. Now that I'm older, I know exactly why. I wasn't mature. I was worried about the wrong things and my future was shaky. To top it all off, I was with his friend. I had red flags all over me. This man had kids and he needed someone responsible in his life that either matched his hustle or exceeded it. I knew besides having a legit nice job, he had secret hustles on the side. And I was just a piece of ass that stayed at my mom's crib with a dead end job with hopes of getting back into school. That's just me being critical of myself. Now that I've spiritually grown, I also know God saved me from making a mistake. Maybe he just wasn't good enough for me. I'm just keeping it real. It's facts. It's the unfiltered truth. The moment I knew I needed to cut things off with Alex was a night I will never forget and want to forget at the same damn time.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
what do you think about how we judge ourselves when we in a relationship? Like when it's not even a relationship, we just meet a guy. We just want so bad to be, you know what I'm saying? We see things they not seeing. We like, hold on, you know what I'm saying? But really, you take a step back, you got to reevaluate yourself as
Mm-hmm.
well. So that's one of them things I take. I take a step back and I look at myself first. Let me see what about me. So, what are your thoughts about that?
Oh, I think as women, just I'm gonna speak for myself. Like, you're growing up, especially when you're again not growing up attached to anybody, so
Right.
you're growing up in hurt and pain. So that's what I attracted in
Okay.
men, and then try to put myself in that part to be a fixer. Um, so a lot of times we are way harder on ourselves thinking that we're not good enough, or we try to be fixers to people, people that ain't even worth fixing,
Trying to be fixers.
honestly. So
Mm-hmm.
we
Yeah.
always have to just step back and encourage ourselves and know that we are greater. Like not now, me in my life at 42, I would never devalue myself. I would never be
Absolutely.
uh,
I know my
who I
worth.
was 10 years ago, not even 5 years ago, not even 3 years ago, because I know who I am. So a lot of times it's like self-love. We didn't love a part of
Yes, that's
ourselves.
exactly what it is.
And that's why we attract these type of people. And that's why we attach ourselves to these type of people. Then we feel bad when we go through this and we put our own self through this. It's like self accountability. You got to look at yourself and be
Self
like, okay, well, I'm
accountability,
hurt.
girl.
Like I should not be in a relationship right now because I'm going through this, this, and that. But you long for something, but you got to long for it within you. Fix you.
Mm,
Love you enough to love somebody else.
there you
So
go,
that's
girl.
just a lesson you have to learn through, I guess, trial and error. I try to prevent my children, my girls from going through that, but
We
they got to
can't.
learn on
They
their
gotta
own.
learn. Yeah, yeah. I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah, trial and error, and then owning your shit. Like own it.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know what I'm
yeah.
saying? There's a consequence to every choice. So you
Right.
gotta remember that. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Own it. Once you own it, you can move
Yes,
forward and grow from it and heal.
absolutely. Then you got to know when people just attracted to you, like my soon-to-be ex-husband. Like he was attracted to the hurt part of me. He was attracted to the
Because he
damaged
could try
part
to
of me.
fix it.
So we meshed in hurt and pain. But when you evolve past that, then they don't like the heel Sharita. They don't like the woke
The
Sharita. They don't like
confident.
the he ain't want that. He ain't like that no more. So I'm like, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a lesson learned.
But you gotta love yourself and you gotta move forward. And so yeah, I definitely
Right,
understand that.
right,
Yes,
right.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. And Do you think that we are harder on ourselves as females when it comes to, we just really discussed that, but yeah, we just pretty much discussed that. You already answered that for me, that we do feel like we kind of harsher when you're younger and you don't understand than we
Right,
are. You know
right,
what I mean? So yeah,
right.
definitely. Okay. And we just talked about choices and consequences, girl. We done choices and consequences. Okay.
Yeah.
So what taking ownership of our actions. Okay, so if you had a chance to um warn your younger self, if you had a chance to tell your younger self something that will help you in the future, what would you warn your younger self?
Whew. I would definitely warn my younger self, don't get pregnant at 17.
Girl.
Don't look for love in a man.
Okay.
Ooh. Just focus on yourself and truly divinely love yourself before
Oh
you step
wow.
out here in this world and even attach yourself to a child and all these things. You know, when I was 17, I got pregnant. So I'm like, okay, all the things, all the hurt from my childhood and what I was lacking, I thought, okay, well, I can put it in this man and then I'm gonna have a child and my child gonna love me and she gonna only love me and that's gonna be mine.
That's
And
where my mind was at when I was young too.
then you grow up and you have 3 kids and 11 years later, like
What
you
was I
looking
thinking?
around
You
like,
love your kids and everything, but you just think like, what was I
right.
thinking?
Right, right. I love my babies, but Lord, I would have definitely done things
Just to be a
totally
better
different.
mom for them. You know what I mean? It's not even about
Right,
being just selfish, but just to be a better person and a better mom for them. So yeah,
right,
definitely.
right. But I'm extremely proud of my children. My daughter is 24. She has no children. My son is 21, no children. And my baby just turned 18 not too long ago. And by the grace of God, no children.
See, that look, the generational curse was broken.
Hello,
It's broken.
hello. So if I ain't
Okay.
do nothing else right, my babies are right.
And that's all that matters because that's what it is. It's the generation. So you
Right,
did, yes,
right.
you are a great mom. You're a great person, and we are cousins. I don't know if they know that, but
Okay, okay, southern girl.
okay. Okay, so I want you to tell me about any. I know you say you had a book coming out, your fourth book. Do
Yes.
you have like an expected or roundabout when it will be released?
Oh Lord, I'm trying to get situated. You know, I just jumped state, so
Okay,
hopefully, my
well,
plan is to have it done by my birthday, by December the 15th.
okay.
Unwinged will be out,
Wait,
and it's gonna be
this
way, way,
December?
way more in depth.
This
Yes,
December? Okay,
yes,
okay. Wow, I'm excited, girl. Okay,
yes,
I'm excited. Okay,
yes,
and I know you just moved to Texas, so you were making the movies in Little Rock, right? In
yes.
Arkansas. Okay, so you just have to
Mhm.
find it, but don't give up because Texas is bigger.
I
So
know,
so
I
your
know.
opportunity, expand
Yeah,
your territory, enlarge
you
your
know I'm a beast
territory.
in networking, so I meet a lot of people already. So.
And you right there with Keisha. You with all of
Yes, yes, yes,
them. Entrepreneur. They have a
yep.
retreat coming up. They have a retreat coming up too. So
So
right
if y'all in Texas, hit me up. Like
there in Texas.
not everybody, but some of y'all in Texas, hit me up and let's network.
Network. Okay.
Right,
That's
and
it.
that's it.
So tell us how we can purchase your books and watch your movies.
Oh, y'all can go on Tubi and look up Pressure. Pressure's on Tubi. We're still gonna working on Facade. We got a couple more episodes we got to do. As far as my book, you can hit me up on Facebook, on my Facebook page, my Instagram, or hit me up on TikTok. I'm working on revamping everything in my life. I'm going through a divorce. So in 1 month, I'll be back in action.
I know that's right. And I'll put her information later on where you can come back and get her information as well. So girl, thank you
Yes.
so much. I really
Thank
appreciate
you for
you.
having me on.
You're such an inspiration. So until next time, this will not be our last time.
Yeah, and I'm gonna come back on and watch everybody else. I love you, girl, and keep
Yes,
doing
love you
you.
too. Thank
And hurry up
you.
and move to Texas, girl.
Okay, everybody trying to get me to come. I'm sure they're like, yeah. Okay.
All
Bye,
right.
girl.
Bye, y'all.
All right. So that was my cousin, Sharina. I love her so much. When I tell you support. And let me tell you, I prayed to God because when I wrote my first book, I had a lot of expectations, and I probably shouldn't have went into this with expectations, and it hurt because I lost friends over it. Okay. So the fact that this time I prayed God to bring the right people around, and the right people did show up for me, I'm just blessed beyond measure. And, of course, my family always got my back. So, yeah, shout out to Sharita. Thank you. Okay, so let's reminisce, you guys. So the first book, let's just go back a little bit. If you guys remember, this was the first one. This is the first cover, the first one I had out. This is my very first. Lord, I had no idea what I was doing. Lord, but my best friend, one of my best friends, Ray, she, stepped up and was like, pushed me to do it, so that kind of got my foot in the door. So I am grateful for this, but I had to change up everything because some things went down. You might read about it in one of my books. So this is the same book, new cover. And my cousin Audrey did the cover to this book and my second book. So, yay. This is the first one. You guys, don't forget, you have to get the first one to understand pretty much the second one, or to see where it left off, to see how it led up, how all the steps that led up to what. Yes. Got to get this one, you guys. So I'm going to just read the back of the first one. Consequences are inevitable. The choices we make today will come full circle to our tomorrow. Ever look back at a time in your life and wonder how the hell you made it through? Today, exposing yourself for money is a trend, but it hasn't always been so open. I was thrown in the whirlwind of life, experiencing depression, heartbreak, unwelcomed sexual encounters, suicidal thoughts that tried to take my mind. Death was knocking at my family's door, and my spirit was not letting them go without a fight. And I knew I had to make a change, but I didn't know where to start. Some things can't be solved carnally, but only by the supernatural power of God. Poetry is my split personality that speaks the unfiltered, unspoken thoughts that allows me to release my expression. So that's the first one. You got to get it. So here's the deal. You like, comment, and share this video, then I will put your name in the drawing. I'm giving away quite a bit, so you have a high chance of winning, honestly. So if you do that, then you could win either a book. I can give you a free book of my second book. It all depends. And then I also have some shirts. I have glasses, you guys. Wine glasses. Look at that. Aren't they cute? It says Unspoken Thoughts. So you guys, just real simple. You just like, share, comment, do all three, because I'm going to go back through all three of my pages and just go back through and see who did that, see who shared it, who liked it, and then just comment done or I won't know. So comment done in the comments, please, please, please. Okay. I think I have another special guest. You guys get ready, okay? Because here she comes.
Oh, what love got to do with it? Tom, your book is a Tina Turner special. Everything that Tina did, I think you did it more. You did more of it. So I just put on my little outfit just
Your Tina Turner wig.
To let you know
she mine
that,
and I'm gonna stick beside
this book. You guys, you gotta get this book. It's awesome. It's an easy read. Oh my goodness, I read it in one day. Some of the things, I had to do my hands like this.
She had to clutch her pearls.
But it's really a great book. It has nothing to do with that. This is my offspring. You got to get.
She's book. Very honest. She'll let me know.
Good. It's very good. Very good. She has an imagination. She always has had an imagination out of this world.
So what's going on with the wig though?
I just felt like we were talking about some Tina Turner things,
Thing.
some things in your book. What love got to do with some of this stuff? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing.
That's why Virginia's for lovers. That's why it's an oxymoron.
No, I don't know. Yes. So,
Well,
what are
let me
your
ask you
questions?
Well, I just would like to know, how do you feel about me writing certain things in the book? How do you feel about that?
Well, it's your imagination. So whatever you imagine, you're a grown person doing your own thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the book. The book was interesting. Even my grandmother, your great grandmother, I used to read her stories, and then she said, "Ooh, child." So
She's talking about this book here. That's the first book. You got to get the first book. So let me ask you also when because how does it feel? I guess losing a child.
oh, I can't explain that. It's a deeper hurt than any hurt. Losing your mother is different. Losing your father is different. Losing a grandmother is different. But it's something about losing a child that you never ever get over. It's like a hole that's unfillable.
Right. I couldn't imagine. But I just saw your strength because you were so strong.
Well, I don't pray that. I pray that never happens to anyone. I don't want anyone to go through that situation because and if you don't, you got to have some strength in God.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you know who God is. That's when you start reading those scriptures and where it says to be, absent from the body is to be present with God. Okay, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But you have to talk. You have to constantly talk to yourself. And if I hadn't got God from my parents and my grandparents, I don't know if I could have gotten through this. I really don't.
I agree. That's how my journey started, was with Keita. So I agree 100%.
Oh, yeah, y'all gotta get the second book. Second book had me the first chapter. I tell you, I haven't told her, but I was crying. I'm like, okay, get yourself together, girl. This is a book. This is just a book.
You wasn't the only one that told me that you cried. I had a couple people tell me they cried the first chapter of this book.
Oh yeah.
I even cried rereading the chapter of this book. Okay.
Yeah. That's some raw literature right there.
I am hitting home, and I'm getting a little emotional right now, but I'm trying to hold it. Okay. I'm trying to hold it. But yeah, the second one, I just wanted to be honest. I wanted to put more detail in this book because my first book, I was just starting. I'm still learning, okay, but I wanted to be more detailed in my first book. I want each time I write a book, I want it to be better than the first. So
I'm thinking,
I want you to see my growth.
I'm thinking she wanted you to feel it.
Yes,
to feel things from your heart and to know that no matter what you go through, if you got God on your side, you can get through it.
So what about your spiritual journey? How would you say, okay, here's my thing with you need me to grab your chair?
Are
you okay?
I'm okay.
Okay. So that's 3 more questions. Okay.
Only here for a few minutes. That's what I was told.
Oh, we got a long time, y'all. I'm gonna try to make it to 8 o'clock. Okay, I need my special guest. Matter of fact, my special guest should have a link, and I need for you guys to come on in. But I'm gonna ask you a question. So when it comes to getting saved, or matter of fact, everybody has their own spiritual walk, their own spiritual journey. Some people take a little bit longer to get where they need to be. My journey, and it leads them in different directions. My journey led me to Jesus. That's the Savior, Jesus Christ. That's where it led me. I don't bash anybody else for what they do. I pray for them. That's their journey, their walk. But that's what I believe. But a lot of people feel like once you get saved, you supposed to stop doing everything. Everything's supposed to be this. So then they looking at you and they judging you. And that's why a lot of people look at Christians like, oh my God, the Christians are the most judgy folks, you know.
And I can understand that.
Mm.
I have been in church all my life. That's
Mhm.
the thing. All my life. Following my grandmama's church, following my mama and my dad at the church.
Okay.
All my life. The thing about it
Me
is,
too.
this is
She
what
made
I've
me go
learned.
too.
This is what I've learned is the person's personal relationship. You have to form your own personal relationship. How you do that is between you and God. I don't judge people, you know, but you have to find that personal relationship and how you feel God is talking to you. I don't really listen to what people tell me about how I'm supposed to be acting and what I'm supposed to be doing. I read for myself because the Bible says study to show yourself approved. So I read for myself, but I do go to church because I do need that spiritual leadership. I'm not a preacher. And so, I do need some guidance, but it's your own personal relationship. You'll know. Don't let anybody tell you you're going to hell. They can't tell you if you're
I don't
going to
like when
hell or
people
not.
tell people that because I mean you
But
don't
the
know.
judgment, God
Yeah.
is sitting there ready, waiting to judge us when the judgment day comes.
That's it.
And it's not today.
That's
Okay.
it.
So, and if at the last moment, if you say, Lord, forgive me, and I believe that Jesus died on the cross, you saved. Don't let nobody tell you nothing different.
Okay. It's your walk. Okay. You're gonna fall, you're gonna stumble. That's the whole point of me writing my book. So let you know that once you're saved, you're saved. Now you're gonna fall, you're gonna stumble, you're gonna do some things, and you're gonna feel like that you don't fail completely out of God's grace. But you did not. You did not. And this is why I continue to write my books because I know I'm not the only one that feel that way. And my mom knows because when I was going through what I was going through in book 1, if you read it, you would know. She was calling me and I'm like, you going to church? I'm not going to church. Why is she calling me every morning to tell me I'm going to church? She made me this CD, a CD of spiritual songs on it. And I just kept it inside of something for a year. Did not touch it. It had dust on it. But when I had that spiritual awakening, which you will read about in that book, when those things start happening to me, I took that CD, blew the dust out, and those songs to this day are songs I listen to that gets me through. So God orders your stuff. You don't know why things happen, or but she didn't give up on me.
Never. I don't
She
give
knew I
up
was
on
coming.
anybody. I don't give up on. I might have to distance myself, but I never give up on people.
Yeah, she knew I was coming. I mean, it took me some time, but I got there. And it did take, and God knew that I had to be ready. Like you said, God knew I had to be ready for my sister because when I was little, we say things that we don't know, we don't pay attention to, we just say things, right? So when I was little, you know what I would pray? I used to think that my little heart could not take losing my family, my close immediate family, and I would pray to God that I would die before they did because I couldn't take it. Now how crazy is that? And now look, when my sister God knew that I had to get my mind and my heart right before I could accept my sister passing. And that's my steps that led up. God had to show me things supernaturally because he was just like, you so hard-headed, girl. I gotta show you this way. So yeah, that's my journey. So yeah.
Yeah. Some people say, oh my God, somebody passed and they shouldn't have passed. No, that's not true. That's not true. Everybody has a time and place. We just don't know when. We don't know how. But we do know there will be a day when you too must go.
We were born to die. And I talk about that. We were born to die. Yeah. I mean, I hate to say it, that word, but it is. I mean, this isn't our home anyway. Yeah. So, it's just not being scared. But everybody has their own path, their own walk. That wig is something else.
Girl,
Tina Turner.
Got to do with it.
My book don't have nothing to do with love. And love got nothing to do with this book. It's a lot of Ikes. She told me it's a lot of Ikes in these books.
Yeah, but she does talk about how she got away from the Ikes now, just like Tina. So that's why I figured I'd give her a little homage to her. You know,
Yeah,
people go through, people get through. And on the other side, there is a rainbow. Just got to keep walking through the storm, baby. This don't last always.
that's
Does
right.
not last always.
That's right.
Now, I know this ain't supposed to be no spiritual, churchy thing. So I don't know. It's my time up.
It's up to you. You want something you want to tell the people, tell the younger people?
Oh, I think you told the
That's
younger
okay. You
people
come back.
everything.
You come back later. Which wig you gonna wear next time? You come
I
back.
might come back myself.
Oh, okay. Okay, Tina finna get put up.
But anyway, you guys got to get this book. It is a great book. You'll love it. You'll love it. Easy read. I really don't like reading, but this book kept my interest, honey. Kept my interest. So
And
I
she's
would
not saying
advise
that
you.
because I'm her
No,
her
I'm
daughter.
not saying it because I tell you, if your
She
book
will
is
tell
not
me.
good, I was like, well, yeah, I read it. That's it.
She'll say, you need to do something different. Don't put that out. Oh, she'll tell
Oh,
me.
I did say that. I said, you sure? You sure? Are you sure?
But not because it wasn't good now.
You sure you want to write these kind of stories? She said, Mom, I feel like God is leading me. Now look, I don't know what God is telling people to do. So when somebody tells me they feel like God is leading them to do something, that's between them and God. So I'm like, okay. Now when we start getting parts together for the movie, don't forget me.
She gonna come with that wig.
I don't know about this week. But Tyler Perry, you out there? You listening?
Oprah.
Wait a minute. Anybody? Oprah, you out there? Good book to make a movie about. What?
And this is just volume 1.
Oh, volume 1.
2. You got volume 3 coming.
I don't know if
2
I can
and
take
3.
anymore.
Oh, it gets deeper.
When the volume start turning
Oh,
on
it gets
me.
deeper, baby.
Anyway, I'm telling you, this is a good book. Very good book. Get your book, and make sure you guys, what you got to do to get one of these t-shirts. I don't know, my t-shirt look crooked or something.
There you go.
I need one of these. Okay, there you go. Y'all do what you got to do to get you a t-shirt.
You was coming here burning and drowning, Tina. But I got other shirts. That's the shirt she got. I have other shirts. The pink shirt, the black shirt. Yeah.
Tell your friend,
Post,
buy
like,
your friend
share.
a book. Buy your friend a book.
Especially your friend, is kind of going through some things.
Yes. And if you have a young person in your life, you might want to buy this book just so they can read it, to let them know that it's the way out of everything. You're not stuck.
And life is a roller coaster. It goes up and down. Up. That's just life.
See, I'm that person that don't like to ride roller coasters. But she seems to love it. So
no, I don't.
She tells you how to stay on there and not be afraid.
when you ain't got no choice but to ride on it. The seatbelt broke. You can't get off.
So again, you guys buy this book. You won't regret it. I promise you that.
Thanks, Tina.
No problem. What love got to do with it.
She mine, and I'ma stick beside her. She mine. Okay, you guys. She about to have me crying up in here. This is not what I wanted on live. Okay, guys, I have a whole lot because we're gonna be here for a minute. Okay, we're here for a minute. Oh, by the way, don't forget to like, comment, share, but also if you guys go on and purchase my first book and take a picture of it, and you purchase it today and you show me, put it in the comments, then I also have a gift for you as well, for even just going back and purchasing the first book. So right now too, I actually lowered the price on the second book. Regular price for the second book is actually $15.99. So I actually lowered it today. So today, if you do purchase it, it's just $10.99, guys. Just $10.99. That's it. Okay. And if you want it autographed, you can actually go to my website. And my website is Unspoken Thoughts with the ms.com. So let me see if I can put that somewhere for you guys. Hold on a minute here. Well, look like I'm not gonna be able to put it on for you right now, okay? But I'll put it back in there. Oh, here it is. All right, let me put this in here for you guys. All right, so that is my email. I'm sorry, my website. So if you guys go to my website and then also purchase the book. Now, if you go to the website, I do you are charged some fees for postage, of course, but it's still, should be $10.99 on there. If it's not $10.99, you guys let me know and just wait, and I can change the price to $10.99 so you can get it for the same price as well. All right, don't forget that is my website. All right. Bring this back on. You guys, I think I'm doing super good on StreamYard. This is my first time. I think I'm doing pretty good. Now I'm gonna need my people to roll on in here. Let me hit up one of my special guests, guys. Let's see what my special guest is doing. Because we on here for a couple hours. A couple hours, people. Let me see where one of my special guests is at. All right. So while we're waiting on that special guest, I did want to also review with you guys a little bit of the first book. So we kind of talked about it a little bit when my mom was here. I wanted to write a book because it started off with just poetry, right? So I started off with, I'm going to just write a book of poetry. I'm just going to write how I feel. This was like January of 2020 is when I started. I said, you know what? Something has to give, because I moved from Arkansas because I needed to clear my mind. I was going through some things, and I needed to get away. Okay. But I ain't about to cry on this live. I'm not going to do it again. But I had to get away. So I end up coming here to just woosah because I really needed that. And it seemed like things wasn't getting better. So, okay, something has to change. Something has to change. So I ended up going to church. It was like January of 2020. I hadn't been to church in a long time because I fell back. That's how, she said I like roller coasters, but nah, it's just hard. You know what I'm saying? It's just when you try to do right and then you get knocked, you try to take 3 steps and then you get knocked 2 steps back. So when I came here and I said, okay, God, something got to give. And then the pastor was talking about it. It seemed like, it seemed like when you don't go to church in a long time, the pastor is talking directly to you. So it's like, oh my God, is he really talking to me? I said, you know what? When I leave here, I'm going to start writing. I really wanted my podcast first, so I can have like a platform. So I got the laptop and I was like, okay, so now I need to start writing. I need to buckle down, sit down and start writing. And I started writing my poetry, and I said, you know what? It's not going to be about poetry. I said, because first of all, I need for people to understand why I write the poetry that I write. Because, just to read it is different, but to understand where the pain came, to understand where it came from, and then read the poetry is totally different. Because like my mom said, I want you to feel me. I want you to understand me. I'm like that even in my everyday life with people. Like if they don't, I want you to understand where I'm coming from. And now I also have to understand that who cares if nobody understands where you're coming from sometimes, right? But when it comes to hurt and pain, I do want you to understand where I'm coming from, because I know there's other people that's going through the same thing that needs that confirmation and that needs that validation. Let them know that they're not the only one. Okay, so I started off. So then I said, I'm going to write this into a book. But I've been trying to write a book since I lived in like 2009. 2009, I started writing a book. Y'all, it was trash. Honestly, it was trash. I had like maybe, oh my God, maybe 10 pages in, just writing in the notebook. I was like, oh man, this is trash. Okay. That's not gonna work. Because I've started this and stopped it. Started it and stopped it. So when I went to Arkansas too, they had a author signing. And I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And my cousin Theron was there. He was very inspirational to me too. And I said, oh my God, cuz I'm like, how did you do this? It was just like, I was like, how can you get started? I just did not know how to get started. I wanted to do it so bad. I just did not know how to get started. So Theron was telling me, explaining to me, what I needed to do. I said, okay. Still, I didn't have that push because I was still living in Arkansas then. I didn't start writing until Virginia, till I moved to Virginia. So then when I moved to Virginia, then my cousin Sharita wrote her book, One Wing. And then I called her and I said, girl, I got to get started. Tell me what. And so it went from there. And then that's when I said, you know what? I went to church and it's like God just pushed me. Every time I say, you know what? Maybe that's not what it's meant for me to do. Maybe it's meant for me to do something else. But I do remember when I had that spiritual encounter that I wrote about in book 1, that I had asked God when I was going through all of that, when that supernatural thing was happening. And I asked God, what are my gifts? What are my gifts, God? And he was like, it was like, put your hands out, flip them. That's your gift. And I said, and it scared me so much when it did. I got these chills. And then, and as the years go on, you're like, that's not, I just heard that. That was in my head. Like, you know what I mean? That's not something. But every time it comes back to it, I'll write my poetry. I was like, you know what? Poetry is just a hobby. And then I used to, when I was in Arkansas, I would have different churches. And it was such an honor to do my poems at the churches. And every time I lay it down and say, this is not meant to be nothing, just a hobby, something comes up where I have to say a poem. It's like God kept bringing it back to the forefront, I was like, okay, God, I really don't want to put my business out there or, whatever. But if you want me to do it, I'm going to do it. I'm going to be vulnerable and I'm going to put all my business out there. You know what I mean? But then not only that, but I knew I wanted to change the world. Like, this is just a step. I don't know what my future holds, but I know it holds something great. And I know I'm meant to change the world. And I know I want to leave my mark on this earth too. I want to leave my mark on this world. I didn't come down to earth just to go to work, come home, wake up, do it again, go home, wake up, do it again. And before I know it, you know what I'm saying, I'm about to die, but that's all I did my whole life. I don't want that. I want to be able to leave my mark. So that's another, writing a book too. That's part of it. I said, okay, I guess this is me leaving my legacy, writing this book. So that's why I wrote it. Oh, I know a lot of people don't read, and it's okay, because hey, it's hard for me sometimes, especially when you're on the go and you're a single parent and you're always working. So that's why I'm working on audio too. So I am right now, I put a pause on it so I could get this book out, but I am on chapter 8 and I am in the studio. So after this book is launched, I'm back in the studio. And then once I finish the first book audio, I'll work on the second book audio. And also I'll start on volume 2. I'll probably start on that sooner, but I have more time to do that. So you guys, I wanted to read. Let me read a little passage. I want to read my book. That's the whole point, right? Of the book launch. You want to know what's in the book. What's in the book? What's in the book? What's in the book? By the way, my twins' dad. Oh, sorry, guys. I don't know why I'm having issues with my camera. Please forgive me. Give me 1 second and I'll have it fixed. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm coming. I got it. All right. I do not know why it does that. I bumped something over here. Y'all got to see my setup, though. I got a camera over here. I got my microphone over here. I got my nose and that. But anyway, my twins, he did that when I was getting ready to talk about the twins dad. But anyway, the twins dad made this. I paid him, of course. He ain't giving them free. So made that for me. So I think he makes these and he Tumblr or whatever. He does a good job. I've had this for a while. I'm gonna be talking, y'all. So excuse me. I'll be drinking it's coffee. So I've been up. See, I don't know why that keeps doing that. I just barely popped it. Sorry for the technical difficulties, guys, but it's coming. There we go. All right. Sorry, you guys. Matter of fact, let me put my little cup over here. Okay, so let me get to it. Listen to some music, you guys, while we get this growing. Waiting for my special guest to come in too. And in the meantime, let's see what you guys are talking about as well. All right, let's go. There go my cousin. Thank you, girl, for my stars. Thank you. My brother. Thank you, brother. You like to say? Thank you. I wish you was here. I really do. You cried too. I know. I cried. You cried. Shauna cried too. Sorry, Shauna. You put your name on there like that. I tell you what, my brother's hilarious. Hey, hey. All right, let me check y'all out too. Let me check out all my notes so I can respond back to you guys. Hey, all right, who else we got on here, y'all? Let's see. Yay! All right, I think we good, guys. All right, so I'm trying to stay up with your guys' notes and questions and comments. So I'm gonna need you guys to like, comment, share. Okay, like, comment, share. It's free stuff. I'm gonna need you to like, comment, and share. Okay. Okay, you guys. I wanted to read a little bit of, I'm trying to figure out which part I'm going to read for you from the book. I'm going to read the introduction to you guys. Part of the introduction, okay? We have many pivotal moments in our lives that can force us to a new level or cripple us from moving forward. I had much to learn. And if you recall, people were telling me to find balance and I needed to pray for balance. The whole balance thing is what scared me. What if I fell back into my old way of thinking? Part 2 of this book will show just how easy it is to get back off track. Peter asked Jesus, Lord, how many times shall I forgive my brother when he sins against me? Up to 7 times? Jesus answered, I tell you, not 7 times, but 70 times 7. And that's from the NIV, Matthew 18:21-22. And if that's the case, wouldn't you think God knew we would get off track 77 or thousands of times? It's part of the reason we wake up every morning, granted another chance to get it right. So, like I was stating earlier, it got to be something more than life than just waking up, going to work, coming home, going to bed, waking up. It got to be something way more than life than that. And I knew that I had to do something thinking. I had to do something different, and I had to think and dig deeper within myself to find that. And it took my spiritual journey for me to do that. Like I was literally, I just told God this was life. If life was literally waking up, going to work, coming home at 8 o'clock at night, sometimes at 6, get home at 6:30, but then got to go to sleep, wake up, do it. If that's life, I don't want it. And that's what I told God. I was like, if this is life, I don't want it. That's when supernatural, that's when God showed himself. Because I said, God, if you got to show, something got to give at this moment. Something got to give at this moment. So I've had several pivotal moments like that when I feel like I'm just really about to just give in, and God just kind of like does something to say, wake up, girl, wake up, let's go. So I am going to also read you guys a passage about, I was just talking to my mom about it actually, a passage from the first chapter, and it's about passing away. And I'm also going to read a poem too that I wrote that's also in the book as well. So I'm going to mute my mic because I'm going to cough, and I don't want to cough in y'all ear. Okay, give me one moment. Okay. All right, let me get this chapter, y'all. So y'all can see what I'm reading from the book. Okay, guys. And so, as y'all can see, I started to cry when she was here already. So this is going to be the second paragraph in chapter 1. My mom is one of the strongest people I know. She just lost her firstborn child, but she still found the strength to comfort me. I cried out in anguish as I told my mom, God didn't heal my sister. I wanted to know why he didn't heal her. And my mom told me something that I tell others now when they have lost someone. She said to me, God did heal her. He healed her from the pain she was experiencing. I have never been through something like that before. I've never been around to witness a human being take their last breath, especially someone close to my heart. The nurses began to remove the machines and other items from the room, and I didn't know they left the body in the room for hours until someone from the morgue came to take the body away. And I was sitting on the floor beside the bed. And my dear, my great grandmother on my mom's dad's side, came into the room at some point, and she laid her hands on my back and started praying. And I remember feeling tingles, and I fell asleep on the floor beside my sister's body. All right. So that's in the first chapter, guys, because it picks up where the first one left off. It gets so tight. I'm just trying, let me just change subject here because it does get a little emotional. It does. So I think I might just let me get my poem together, you guys. And the poem is on page 26. So let me get poem together so I can read that to you guys. Because the poem deals with passing, okay, transitioning. So that's why I put this poem in the book. So the book is called, I know y'all, it's a long title, but you cut that part off in Virginia's for Lovers. I put the rest in there so we can kind of flow with my first book, okay? And I want people to know that it's told through story and poetry because I have my poetry in there. Remember, I wanted this book to actually start off as poetry to begin with anyway. But yeah. So here's the thing too with spiritual journeys. Sorry, y'all, I've been sitting in here in this chair. People that don't believe, and it's okay, I judge no one. But doesn't it feel good to have comfort to know that you can see your loved ones again? To me, that's comforting. So just that fact alone, you wouldn't think to just, but to each his own. Okay, so the poem is called Transitioning. Now is not the time to fear death. Now is the time to embrace death, to understand it enough to know we all one day must go. And if you feel confused by it or subdued enough to quietly shoo it away, you will miss the beauty of it and the hopes of seeing your loved ones again one day. Now, I don't know your spiritual background, but I do know that this isn't our original stomping grounds. You see, my hometown is located on 77 Sage Grace Street, spiritual realm heaven, and I'm here visiting, waiting for my father to call me home. I really don't like the word death. I prefer past. Souls that have existed since Eve and Adam passed on to another level in Christ, our minds can't even begin to fathom. We fear what we do not know. Too scared to spiritually seek the truth, so you're held prisoner in jail cells that are completely open, free for you to walk through and explore. But people fear what they do not know and unable to see what's behind the jail door. Understand, passing on isn't the end, it's just the beginning to a newer future that has no end. The pain of not seeing that loved one in their earthly state hurts tremendously, I know. People will tell you time heals all wounds. Oh, yeah. But what if my clock runs slow? What do I do in the meantime while I try and go on with my daily routine with an empty feeling like I'm missing something? And what do I do when the person was my rock, my support, my world? There's no right response, but you live every day for God and that person. You get up every day with the purpose. Ask God every day for strength to tell yourself every day that it's worth it. And one day, it'll be you in that casket, leaving your loved ones behind. Let them know it'll be a big homecoming waiting in heaven. Leave them with the peace of mind. So that's my poem called Transitioning. And scene. Thanks. Okay, so that's I try to write. I joke a lot, and I don't know. I just like to joke. I gotta laugh to keep from crying sometimes. Um, but I want to go back to and talk a little bit about spiritual journeys, because sometimes whenever we get saved and whenever we beat ourselves up because we can't get it right. We beat ourselves up because we keep making the same mistakes. We beat ourselves up because we keep picking the same wrong guys, same wrong females. It goes both ways, and we feel like when is it ever just going to be a break? When is it ever? But you keep going, okay? Because you can't compare yourself to somebody else because you don't want what they went through, and some people are not wanting what you went through. Everybody has their own path and their own walk. So you have to make sure you keep that tunnel vision, you keep it moving, and then don't give up and don't lose hope, because it'll all work out in the end. It always does. Okay, you guys, let's see here. Don't forget to like, share, and comment, okay? And post done. If you guys could do that, that would be great. I'm just trying to give away free stuff. That's it. Free stuff, free stuff, free stuff. If you want free stuff, hit me up. I got stuff behind me. I got these glasses. Let me show you again. Matter of fact, let me show what you're supposed to do with these glasses. Hold on, I might knock my camera off, y'all. This is what you're supposed to do with the glasses, okay? I got 2 drinks. I'm prepared. I'm prepared for 4 hours. See, look, I hit it, guys. I'm sorry. Hold on. Give me a minute. I keep knocking it off. I need a technician to go work here behind the scenes for me is what I need. I'm coming, guys. I'm coming. I'm coming. Got it. Okay. And we back. All right. So let's see here. Okay, so I don't know, how many of you know this, but like my mom's best friend also wrote a book. So her book is called Color Code. That was another inspiration too. I'm telling you, God would just send like little nuggets, little trinkles, just let me know, hey, look at this, look at this, just enough to kind of get me like, hmm. But yeah, she wrote a book too, and that was another inspiration. Color Code, and the fact that she expressed herself and was just open was like inspiration. Because a lot of people, they like, I ain't telling that, I ain't telling that. That's fine. So the thing with me is, I don't care. I don't care. You know, and if I did care, you wouldn't know about it. Okay, remember that. If I cared, you wouldn't know about it. So, but sometimes you got to be vulnerable to help other people. So, and I know sometimes God will put you on. God don't care nothing about you being embarrassed. You think He care about you being embarrassed? He don't care nothing about you being embarrassed. But I know for me, was therapeutic to help me along the way when I feel like things are not looking up. Um, I do listen to certain pastors. I don't listen to everybody. But I listen to TD Jakes, and I will listen to Sarah Robert Jakes, or Sarah Jakes Roberts. And I will listen to them as I'm sleeping in my ear. And I would just have it on where sermon after sermon would just come in and just kind of like, because you know what? I just want my spirit to be fed. I feel hungry. I don't know if you're spiritually hungry. I've been there before. I talk about it in my book, my first book. But when you're spiritually hungry, it's like you just can't get enough. Like my spirit just constantly just wants to be fed, constantly wants to be fed. I've isolated myself a little bit because I know I had to focus on this book, but I had to heal before I started working on this book. And I talked to my cousin Dee Dee. I love her. She's so beautiful and she's just so nice. And she's always just so inspirational. So I talked to her and she was one thing. She said, you better make sure. She told me, if you write these books, you better make sure you're healed first. And you better make sure you have tough skin. And you know, that's exactly what I had to do. And I knew that. So I was prepared for that. But I wasn't prepared for, I wasn't prepared to lose friends. I'm not going to cry here again, but I was not prepared to lose friends from my book. And not because of what I wrote in my book, because they was happy at first before, you know, it's not because of that. It was and it just hurts because I had expectations from people and I was expecting people to, you know, but you can't go in with expectations. This is not their gift. This is not what God blessed them to do or told you want them to do. So you can't get upset if someone doesn't support you as much as you think that they should, because they have things going on too. Can you imagine if you try to support? And I understand, I have no hard feelings with anybody. Just the fact that one day you might purchase my book, you might not purchase my book now, and it's okay. But as long as you purchase it later, and I just want you to kind of get the feel of my book. If you have any questions about my book, I'll be more than happy to tell you about it. But the fact that um I put it out there, y'all. I'm talking so much. I'm sorry. I kind of got off track. My ADHD kicking in. But the fact that I when I wrote this book, what was I talking about, y'all? Get me back on track. Gosh, what was I talking about, you guys? Oh, I was talking about how I wrote the book. Oh my gosh, what was I talking about, y'all? Well, we're gonna change subjects until I can get back to it. How about that? Yeah, how about that? We're gonna wait till I get back to it because I cannot remember. I've been talking so much. And I'm trying to wait for my special guest to come in. And I don't know where my special guest is at. But anyway, I was talking about writing the book, and I was talking about, what was I talking about? I talk so much. Oh, I was talking about how my friends, how everybody fell off from me. Okay, so that's another reason. Another reason why this book right here, why I had to end up changing the cover too. It seemed like the devil was like trying to attack me after my first book, y'all. It seemed like he was just coming at me with all kinds of things, losing friends, people coming to me with issues. And that's why I felt like if I isolate myself, I can stay away from stuff. It found me. It found me. I wasn't looking for it. It was almost like God, like the devil's trying to deter me from continuing to write my books, but I'm not. Okay, I'm not. So anyway, I lost people and I thought it was gonna be so. Don't go in with expectations. That's when you get hurt. That's when you get that's when you lose a little bit of yourself. So you don't go in with expectation. You go in knowing that God gave you a purpose. You go in knowing that God gave you a mission and this is what you need to do. You're going to have people telling you, even people that you would think like, no, not you telling me this. But you still have to ignore it. And don't take it personal because they don't know what they're saying too. Sometimes devil uses people close to you and they don't know they're being used. Nobody, they don't know. But you keep it going because the devil once he get in your mind, that's it. That's the reason why I had to move back to Virginia. Because once the devil get in your mind, it's hard. And that's why you got to keep God and you got to keep focused and you got to keep persevering and you got to keep telling yourself over and over. It's not a Sunday thing, it's an everyday thing. Everyday thing. And it's not boring. Like I used to think like, oh my God, I come to God when I finish partying and doing what I need to do. I come to God when I finish doing all of these things. And you know what? When it instilled in me like God don't care about that. God right now, he see that you hurting. God right now see that you got to work on you. God see right now that you angry about something. He want to work on that. He ain't worried about that outward stuff. That outward stuff is going to come later. Okay. That outward stuff is going to come later. That's like my book. I mean, my poem that I wrote called That Sunday. You know, he don't know where I brought you from and how much you used to drink. That's part of my poem. Like people can't judge you because they don't know what you used to do and how you were. People don't know how mean you were and how angry you were. And now you just calm. So they worried about the wrong things. You can't let people impact you and speak over your life either. Don't let people come over and tell you about you and speak over your life and say, oh, you this. No, I'm not. And I tell people this, no, and I rebuke you in Jesus' name. Especially dudes, when dudes try to say, you crazy. No, I'm not. And I rebuke you in Jesus' name. That's what I tell them. No, I'm not. And I rebuke you in Jesus' name. You know, when you point the finger, you got three more pointing back. That's all. You're just a perception. What Candace from Potomac Housewives would say, projection, projection, projection. Quit projecting onto me. So yeah, you can't let people deter you. You can't go in with expectations. But it took me a while. So I also said, you know what? Maybe I was just supposed to write one book. You know, again, these are thoughts. This is what you're going back and forth with. Maybe I just supposed to write one book. I'm not supposed to write many books. And then God keeps bringing it back to the forefront, you know. So now I'm trying to focus on um moving on with my insurance career. Let me enhance. That's what I need to focus on. Let me do something with that. Let me move up. I want to do risk management. I want to move into a whole totally different field. Let me focus on that. God was like, you know what? I'm gonna let you do this real quick, but it's time for you to put out volume one because I have 4 tests to take for this. And I said, okay, you know what, God, for some reason that same determination, that same drive that I had to finish my test, it was gone. Now that same drive was pushed back towards the book. I said, okay, God, you go against common sense. I'm trying to do it right here. I'm trying to do, what you want me to do. What do you want me to do? And it was like, write the vision, make it plain. So have you ever, like when the new year come in, have you ever just sat down November and December and just wrote out your plan for the year? Have you ever done that? I've never done that besides the last 2 years. Excuse me, because I'm lying my lips, and this is what I do too. Y'all gonna be like, "What is she doing?" Because Vaseline, my mama told me Vaseline go work on everything. Your toe hurt, put Vaseline on it. Everything, put Vaseline on it. I'm country. I'm from Arkansas, Mariana. Mariana. One time I said Mariana. This guy told me, "You from where?" I said Mariana. He said, "You from Mariana." I said, "Oh, my bad, Mariana." My bad, Mariana. Okay. Y'all, I don't go live at all, let alone 4 hours. Anxiety was like, mm, I was like, "Ooh, Lord, Lord, Jesus, it's a fire." But I'm making it. I'm making it, guys. What time is it? Oh, we're an hour in. All right, my special guest should be rolling in here in a minute now. Let me check on them. Let me check on my special guest. Okay, let my special guest know. Oh, I got my special guest. Yay. Okay, I'm coming, special guest. Hold on, special guest. Yay. There she go.
Hello.
Hi, special guest.
Hey girl, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Doing good, good, good. Just got in. I was like, hurry up and hop on.
Yeah, I knew you had things to do. I'm telling you, I prayed for these people to come on here. Okay, I pray for God to bring these people because I don't even want to cry. I'm not gonna do it. Not on live,
No.
but it's hard to find good people.
Yeah.
And so the fact that they came on to help me, I love them so much. So thank you so much. And I
Always.
hate that I'm doing this on live. I hope I can cut this off. I hope I can cut this out. Okay. Okay, let's get started, Mel. Okay. Me and you been on each other. I met you in Ark and Mariana. I was just talking about that. Mariana. And the way we met, it was just so spiritual.
Yes, it was.
It was like it was meant for us to meet.
I mean, I remember it like it was yesterday, really, because you used to come in the little gas station I worked at. Every
My little cigarettes.
time you just was always jolly, and I was like, I want to be that girl's friend. Like, and now, well, I don't know. I don't want to sound like a weirdo, so I'm not going to say nothing.
No, ain't nobody weirdo. We all weirdos. It's okay. We're peculiar people.
I was like, she's going to be my friend.
And I didn't really, I had my family, your cousins, but it's different when you visit versus when you move there.
Yeah.
So I had these expectations when I moved to Mariana, and it wasn't what I thought. Those same cousins, I'm like, hey, it was like more like, oh no, we live life around here. Like it ain't, it ain't like that in the summertime when you come to visit.
Yes, for real. It was very different. I didn't last too long.
You last long enough.
Yeah, exactly. I met who I needed to meet. That's and then I was out.
Well, let me ask you a question. Okay, because I see you too on the book because you've been inspiring me. It just really is like melting my heart when I see you going in like that, Mel. Because Mel, you hardcore.
Yeah.
You don't show your feelings. You private. You don't do that. So I know you. You know what I'm saying. So I want you to tell me what led you on. You've always been on a spiritual journey. So let's start back when you first got on your spiritual journey. Like what led you on that?
So honestly, my mom put me on it because I would never went to little kid church. Like we always sat in the main church Bible study. We had Bible study at home. Like she would explain things even when we didn't feel like it. Like we was gonna pray. Like she put it in us very early. Like
Yes.
and even though I was a kid and rebellious minded, like whatever, like here she go again, like you know what I'm saying, but
Mm-hmm.
it's still absorbed, like and after a while I started having questions.
Them seeds was planted.
Yes, exactly. So as I got older, I was like, well, let me ask my papa. Reverend Franks is my grandfather, senior. It was my grandfather. So I would go to him and just ask him different questions. So I started to really have a hunger for my own self. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that just, I really kind of was a little Bible nerd for a minute, if that's what you want to call it. Like
I could tell. I think that's why we clicked.
And I just wanted to know everything I could about it. So but life, it happens, and you get off track a little bit,
Yes, ma'am.
that does happen. But I was really kind of put on it by my mother at a really young age. That's really the bread and butter of it.
I think a lot of us Southern people grew up like that. Just that seed was planted. Some people it pushes them away. Some people it brings them closer because you never know. You once you lay that foundation, you go right back to it. You can't break that foundation.
Yeah.
So, okay. What would be some real, now when I say real advice, okay, when it comes to this thing called life or this spiritual journey, what would be like some real advice to people?
Be honest with yourself, first of all, because you can't seek help for something that you're not asking for help for.
Absolutely.
So you gotta, and don't have expectations. Don't go into it with expectations.
Right.
You're always going to be disappointed. Don't go into it thinking that everything in your life is going to be peachy because you decided to follow God, because it's probably going to be harder for a while because now the devil is really at you. You know what I mean? Like,
girl, yes.
Another one. Like, so now he at you and trying to get you while you're new to it and really haven't really dug your roots in and everything like that and try to knock you off track. So you just got to change your environment a little bit. Like, not to say that you don't love your people and that you don't want to be around them anymore or anything like that. It's just some things are triggers for you, and you might not need to be around certain things and certain people for a while until you can be stronger and be around it. Because even Jesus down with thieves, and he didn't care. Like, he just wasn't finna do what you did. Like,
Right.
he around you to tell you that you don't got to be like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? So he not indulging in what you're doing, but you can't be new to it and trying to
Right.
that you was in and everything, like right off the top. Like, that's probably not finna work. And you just gotta erase, like I said, erase them expectations because
This expectations is a mug.
so
Yes.
you have highs, you have lows, you have days where you lower than low, but those are the days that really are the best as far as your spiritual journey, because you get
Yes.
to show up, you get to see that personally, because you cried out to him and he answered you. So that really means something, and it just brings you even closer.
Absolutely. Yes, that is so true. And you kind of hit it, but I wanted you to explain what really goes down on a spiritual journey. Like, how does it really go down? Like, not I go up to the altar, I get saved, and now you're gonna be hit with all kinds of things, and and not just that moment, but your whole life.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so how does it really go down? Like, you know what I mean? Like with me, because me and you kicking it, we love God. Now, don't get us
Yeah.
wrong. We
Yeah.
talked about God. We talked about God all the time. We love God, but we still was, what I'm saying? We were still on our journey.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
still on our journey.
Well, you go, anything goes in phases. Some people do have a complete conversion overnight. Some people do that. But most people go through phases. You going take a couple of steps, and then you going to backslide a little bit. And
Yeah,
then take a couple of steps, and then you're going to completely get off course sometimes.
girl.
But if you stay prayerful, then it'll help you to
You'll make your way back,
but you're gonna mess up because we humans.
girl.
So even though we're supposed to aspire to perfection, in order to not go crazy, you got to really realize that you're never gonna achieve it. Like, you're gonna have bad days, you're gonna have good days, like I said. But them bad days where you slip and slide a little bit, you can't let that discourage you. You just gotta ask your forgiveness and really try to change your behavior, you know what I'm saying, or whatever.
Yeah,
You just willfully just doing what you want to do, and then being like, well, Lord, you said you would forgive me anything. Well, he will, but I mean, how far are you going to push that? Are you going to
conviction. Yeah,
are you going to really just keep ignoring how you feel? And if you're not feeling anything, then you're probably not even growing. Like, not saying
mm.
you didn't give yourself to God or whatever, but you're not growing, you're not
You're not
doing
growing,
so
right? Getting the blessings.
you can keep being closer to him and keep being closer to him. You're probably not doing any of those things. You're like the person that checks going to church off a box, list. and that can't.
It's a lot of them. Church
It
flow.
can't be a lot. It can't be a duty that you do once a week like your laundry. It has to be real. It has to be connected. It has to be, and if it's all those things, then it's going to show up in your lifestyle. There's going to be certain things that you just can't be around no more, or you feel uneasy around. Like the horror movies, honey, I used to love the work. The more guts and gore it was, screaming,
Mm-hmm.
hollering, I loved it. I can barely watch it now. It turns my stomach. Like, not to say that I'm, better or nothing, but just
It's
certain
because you're growing. Certain
don't
things you just, yeah.
I used to. I look at certain things and certain things I used to listen to. Like, what was wrong with me? Was I bobbing my head to some dude talking about kicking in the door and raping somebody's mother?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Why am I
Mhm.
bobbing my head to something sick like that? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. But I just think back and really have to analyze who was in charge. Was it really me? Like,
Right. No, that's you real. You're absolutely right. That's exactly how it is. And it's not that you're not striving to be, because I'm gonna tell you a lot of things I'm struggling. I'm like, God, why don't you just take it away? Why I still do it? Why don't you just, you know what I mean? And that's that conviction. And I felt like whenever that conviction is gone, that's when I need to question. Wait a minute, where that conviction go?
yeah.
Wait a minute now.
I don't feel anymore. That's not a good sign.
hmm That's what it is. That's what it is. That conviction, girl. And I was saying earlier, I don't know if you heard me, but a lot of times, a lot of people feel like, and not that you won't eventually, but I got to quit drinking. I got to quit smoking. I got to quit that. Yes, you got to,
It's
eventually, but he's not worried about that.
ready.
That's not what he's worried about.
You'll lose the taste for it. You won't eat
Mhm.
it no more. It'll start making you sick all the time. You won't be able to get, the effect that you wanted out of it. You won't look at it the same when he takes it from you. Like when he takes the taste out of it. Now, if you like, once again, everything is, he's very intentional, so he expects us to be intentional too. So
Mhm.
if you're once again just intentionally like giving in every chance you get, that's not the same. That's not being real. That's not really trying to be what we are supposed to be. Like
Mhm.
like I say once again, we'll never 100% be there, but you gotta be for real trying. You can't It can't just be a skill on your resume, like on your spiritual resume. Just
Right. And see, I feel like he's more or less like, okay, I'm gonna come back to that. I feel like you hurting. I feel like your heart is, I feel like you're angry. Why are you angry? Let's work on that. And then we gonna deal with all that. You ain't gonna want that no more when I'm done. But right now, let's work on that. You know what
yeah.
I mean?
Yep, because it could all come back to the only reason you even started dealing with those things is because of that hurt that he's trying to heal. So maybe once you heal that hurt and get surgery on that scar, then you never know, those crutches might not be needed anymore. Like a lot of people started doing extra stuff, smoking and drinking and stuff because they were running from something,
Yeah.
or a lot of them. Like, you know what I'm saying? To where it was
It's
people.
it's overwhelming and taking over their life.
Yeah, exactly. There was people that tried it and was like, "Oh, okay, this is cool. We can do it on the weekends." Or
Hmm
people that like engrosses their whole life. I was one of them people. Like I couldn't do nothing without smoking. Like I couldn't do absolutely anything. Like like, oh, I'm finna smoke before I smoke type of person. So,
hmm
but you just find yourself needing it less and less. I don't like to
Yeah,
use it.
that's it. You need to let that's how it works. It's less and less. It's not like you, I gotta. And my thing is just the fact that you like, dang, I don't think I even smoked today. Okay, what I'm saying, that's that fact. Okay, well, I ain't did nothing. I ain't smoked but 2 cigarettes. That's good. You have to give
Yeah,
yourself credit.
yeah, you
Don't
do.
beat yourself up all the time because you can't get it right. Because I know, you know what I mean. I
Yeah.
know.
It's hard letting loose of something that you've initiated as a habit into your life. Like
Mhm.
this is part of the pattern of your brain now. Like it takes a lot to undo that type of deep,
Girl,
like,
who you telling?
just because a routine can be a very good thing, but ingraining kind of bad things into for bad reasons it's not really, good to do because it's hard.
Right.
It's very hard to undo.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Girl, you know me, you can talk all day about everything. So as a kid, so talking about spiritual journeys, how we say we want to do this. We had these plans, these expectations, like we talked about. So as a kid, what was your dream? Like, what was your expectation?
So my expectation when I was young was to be a powerful lawyer. I wanted to be like a shark, though. I
Okay.
knew that I wanted to win all my cases. And then after a while, I got a little older and realized that you can't be a lawyer like the way I wanted to be a good lawyer and not be crooked.
Okay.
So they kind of messed that up. So I just really kind of focused on just enjoying life. I didn't really have, after that fizzled, it was like sometimes how smart I was worked against me because
Okay.
if you're good at something, you're just good at something. But when you good at a few things, it is very hard to narrow down what you want to do because
Right.
there's like an overwhelming amount of possibilities. And we're talking about a kid, a teenager, like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Like life is completely open, ahead of you. And you got your expectations as far as I was like, okay, so I'm good with computers and writing programs, so I go to school for that. I get accepted into Purdue for computer engineering, and I'm
Mm,
like, oh, I don't want to do this. I wanted to be a programmer,
okay.
but my family was just like, this is so awesome, and everybody was like, this is so awesome, and I didn't want to let anybody down. Like, like, okay, well, I'm not really that interested in it, but I'm gonna do it. Like, you know what I
Right. You know
mean?
that was already wrong route, right?
And then that summer, I was more focused on partying and kicking it and stuff like that than I was preparing for school. I didn't even start until January. And in the meantime, I had gotten pregnant. And it's just because I wasn't really
That pregnancy girl
that.
gets you every time.
Yeah, it bit me. It bit me. It bit me. But, it made me grow up a lot too because I realized that it's just
Yes.
it's not me anymore. Like, I still, as a 19, 20-year old, you still selfish, you know what I mean? But
Yes.
you,
Yes.
you, you, you realize, okay, this little person is looking at me and I'm looking at it.
Uh-huh.
Like, what is we gonna
What
do?
is we gonna do?
But, you figure it out, whether that includes bumps and bruises. I mean, you really should give your parents a little bit of grace, especially if you're a parent.
Yes.
Nobody is perfect. And a lot of times, even in the midst of a bad decision, sometimes a person really had your best at heart. People
Mm-hmm.
sometimes, and
Right.
I'm sure if you're honest with yourself, you've done it as well. So
Mm-hmm.
why would you hold on to poison like that when you're not even perfect yourself? Like,
Girl.
you gotta face it, deal with it. Sometimes healing doesn't always come with an apology. Sometimes you just have
Absolutely.
and let God deal with that person. Like, you never know when it's going to come. I've known people that didn't get their resolutions with their parents until their parents were old and sick and but they had that time, they had that resolution, they had that love before they passed. So you just never know. Everything is in God's time. Everything is in God's time.
Right. And I also feel like we always want to say what our parents didn't do. I know I was guilty of it. When I grew up, you didn't do, but then we have kids that get older. So
Yep.
now we gotta listen to what they say we did. And it's like, you know what? My parents did the best they knew how to do at the age they were at the time in that
Exactly.
life.
Exactly.
And I have to appreciate that. And everything happens for a reason.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Forgiveness go a long way.
It, it goes a long way for yourself.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yes. Like you said, you might not get that apology. So you just gotta shut that door and have closure without the closure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me see here. Let me see here. If you could have a discussion with your younger self what would you tell your younger self?
Girl, it's really because I got off track. I got off focus. I knew I wanted to get out of, Mariana, because I had this crazy fear that if like 2 or 3 people got AIDS in Mariana, that everybody would get it, because I was looking around the little town and everybody was sleeping with everybody. Like nobody would talk about it. They would whisper about it, but nobody.
But nobody would tell anybody. That's why I didn't like quit.
Yeah.
Let's just put this in open. Let's have a discussion, a forum right now.
I don't know where that came from, but I really did have that fear. Like I got out of this town, man. I can't. This can't be life. It cannot. I started getting too focused on a good time, or too focused on partying.
It's easy, right? It's easy.
Like stay focused, because that encompasses a lot of things. I was running track. Like I had so many good things going on in my life, and I got sidetracked by boys and partying, stuff like that. Mostly boys.
Yeah.
And the boys was at the parties. Then you wanted to seem cool, and if you didn't go along with what everybody else was doing, then you were lame, and nobody would want your friend. And when you're a teenager, it seems like the end of the world when people don't want to be your friend. Like it really does. Yeah. It really feels like that, because your life is so short. You don't have experiences, and probably
that's hurtful for anybody. They can pretend like they're not hurt, but that's hurtful for anybody.
Yeah. So you can't just base your life decisions on whether people are going to like you or not, because a lot of times doing the right thing don't come with a lot of people liking you.
Absolutely. Girl, it's lonely trying to do right. That's what I always say. You know what? It's lonely always trying to do right. And it's extra hard when, let's say you work a job. You have to remember you work your job like you're working for God, not for that person.
Yep.
So you lose focus.
Yep.
Because you never know who's watching either behind the scenes.
You sure don't. You should be to the glory of God. That's just in that. And I have a friend that likes to say, you don't take the fun, you don't take things out of your life. You figure out a way to bring God into them. So it doesn't mean, he means that you don't have to live a stripped down life in order to, follow God. You can still enjoy singing and dancing and these things that, that you might find enjoyable, but you just, you might be singing a gospel song, or you might not be singing a gospel song. Like my eyes have been open to a lot of things that I didn't even, that's why I said, don't go into it with expectations, because been opened up to so much stuff since I've been on this journey, even just music wise. Like I didn't know nothing about Christian rap. I got introduced to all of this stuff, and it's just
don't play with that.
And then I heard a couple of songs that
I got it.
And I was like, okay, maybe this is not for me, but my kids or my grandkids could benefit from this, so you just got to wipe away expectations and open your mind and your heart to God. But you got to beware of fakes and,
girl, especially right now.
Thing, but that's where your discernment comes in.
Discernment, that's a big thing.
Your discernment comes in, and following instructions when you're told. Like when like, no, not this one. Don't make it your point in life to make it that one. Don't do that. Don't do that.
That was girl. I don't know why I always had to do the hard way. Like, don't touch that. Here I am.
You want to have your hands on the wheel. It is hard to go on autopilot.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard. It's hard. When they say give it to God, they mean give it to him. Give it all to him. That's why
you feel powerless. You feel like, not what am I? Yeah.
That's why he breaks us down so low sometimes. So we ain't got no choice but to come to him.
Girl.
You just want to keep trying to do it yourself, and you just keep worse and worse and worse. Let me just go on, knock the feet out from under you a little bit here, or let life do it. You know what I'm saying?
Let life do it. I'm tired of life doing it.
You what you want. Here you go. Now what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. And you just get so low that you gotta come to him. You ain't got no choice, because you really in your heart know who your help is. You just know that you got to let go of a lot of stuff that you don't want to let go of.
That you don't want to let go of, girl. Don't I know it?
That can't be your relationship. You gotta want to be a blessing to others more than you want to be blessed, and that's a lot of people's problem. They want the
Yeah.
blessing to stop right at them.
They want a microwave generation. They want it quick too.
Yeah. And that's fine too, but it still should flow. It should not stop. It should flow out. Just like the goodness of God that should flow out of you to other people. All of these things should flow. Because if you don't, that means you don't trust God to provide. You should feel it hurts. Like really, because you know that God is going to provide for you abundantly and over. That's faith. That's faith.
Right.
And I struggle with that sometimes myself
Well,
because
we all do. I
time.
do too.
I got an issue with timing. Like when? What's the plan? Like
I'm like,
these
come on, when is it gonna happen? When is it gonna happen, girl?
so I'm not sitting here saying none of this stuff. Like I can speak on a lot of this stuff because I have struggled with a lot of
We all going through, yeah.
struggling with it. That's the only reason I can speak on it. I cannot speak about something I don't know nothing about. Like you know what I mean? But I know it's a struggle. I know that it's not easy, but it is worth it. If it's not worth it in your heart, you're not going to stick to it because it's not going to be easy, especially at the beginning.
You have to want it. You have to want it.
Just like anything else in life. If you really want it, you're going to work hard for it. If you really want to have a relationship with God, you're going to put in the work, period.
Okay. Girl, look, I was going to ask you something else. I was going to tell you something else. We was just talking about with God. I just joined in on here too. Oh gosh, we was talking about, but I'm gonna move on because I can't remember what we was talking about, but I do have Ray waiting in here. But I was talking about men and how they can manipulate, right? Yeah. So men can do and say things that can manipulate a female into thinking that they love them just to have sex. And what would be some of your advice in that regards? So I'm going to read this passage to you from my book. So everybody, I'm kind of reading a passage to them and getting their opinion.
Okay.
So this is the passage. So I've never seen an explicit film before, especially in the actual act of having sex, real time. I only had my imagination to rely on and my daydreams. The fact his 10-year-old mind was pathetically wanting to have sex with my underdeveloped body scared the mess out of me. There's no way that was going in there. In a strange way, I wanted to know what it felt like. It made me aroused, and I had no idea what I was feeling. I knew it was something children didn't do, but why did it cause a storm of emotions? I knew I had to get out of there. Fluffy was his name. Fluffy tried to keep me from leaving. I've mentioned Fluffy before. He was my first kiss. And if I was playing basketball, I would have broken his ankles that day because I got the hell out of that apartment. And again, I have these random moments where a certain time frame of my life is brought forth to the front of my conscience. And now it starts to make sense. I wonder what made me such a sexual being, a sensual person that was easily aroused. Well, I think I have part of my answer. So what do you say when it comes to, because that's a big thing. Once you starts kind of young and then these things. So what is your thoughts?
So for me, I don't think I saw it so much as I used to read about it.
Okay.
That was my thing because I was an avid reader growing up. So when I read one of my mama's romance novels, and honey, it was off to the races from
not the romance novels, girl.
See me for somebody that didn't have no experience,
Okay.
So you got to be careful about the things that you be introduced into your mind, like what I'm saying. Sometimes, but you kid that natural curiosity kicks in, and you're like, well, I always hear about this, but let me see what it's like. You know what I'm saying? You're a person, you're a being. You have endorphin.
Yes.
things happen to you physically that you don't even understand yourself at the time. That's why it's kind of crazy that they talk to elementary kids about sex. Like, why? Period. What is the context of talking to somebody that young about sex? They don't even understand. Even if you told them they'd get a tingling feeling down there, they wouldn't understand it.
They wouldn't understand it. You're right, right.
That. So like that stuff gets activated by certain things. Sometimes it's a certain person, you know what I'm saying, that does a little bit more than he should, and you like, woo, that felt different.
Yeah, yeah.
Now you low key go on a search for that feeling again.
You don't keep trying to get that fit. That's yeah. And
So
you at a young age, right?
when you look at it like that, we believe the lies that men tell us because we want that feeling, especially when we young. Like once you get, you got good sense a lot of times. Like some men are very, very good liars. Like, they'll have some stuff going on that you really won't know nothing about. But if you probably look 7 to 8 times out of 10, the person talks to her friends about everything this man does. So that's why do you keep dipping back in the well? Because you like that feeling he gives you. Like, like period. Especially when you young and somebody touched the right places the right way, you like, oh, you stuck like Chuck. So it's a combination of the sweet words that we kind of want to believe on our own anyway. So we like, okay, this sounds good. Okay, this sounds believable. This sounds like a respectable story. If somebody asks me, I can tell this story and people will be like, oh, okay, yeah. You know what I mean?
Right,
but,
right.
Girl, we know. We just like, come on with that. You know what I'm saying? Let's do what we gonna do. And then, we'll figure it out afterwards. Like a lot of times that's how it's approached. And if you sit there and say, not you, but I'm just saying a lot of people, that's how it was approached. And this was just something to do at the time. And don't get in nothing lying.
Oh, we've been there, girl. That's what my book is about. That's why it's called Virginia's for Lovers.
Exactly. Like, it's just like you experimented. You try to figure out. You chase that feeling.
That feeling.
As you got and had more experiences, you felt you were supposed to figure out that feeling ain't everything. But sometimes events in your life make this feeling the only good thing in your life right now. Low key. Really know it. Like you just going through life, but this is really the only time you feel good. This is the only time you feel special. This is the only time you feel loved. So once again, you chasing that, but at a different level.
On different level.
Feeling now it's the heartstrings. Like constantly feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You gotta quit chasing feelings and deal with reality. Like
deal with reality. You sometimes you know when the red flags are there. Quit trying to turn them green.
Yeah. And we will do that. We will do that as women. We do. So like it's just a part of life. It's a part of the learning. Like, you know what I'm saying? So you might have 5 bad relationships and think somebody that thinks it must be something wrong with you. But honestly, you had 5 different problems.
Like, you had 5 different That's what I talked about earlier with what's her name? Like, you look at yourself and then you grow up, you're like, you know what? No, it wasn't me. Once you find God or once you start learning yourself, you know what?
It just wasn't the one.
You just wasn't the one. Yeah.
It's really as simple and as complicated as that. But we make things a lot more complicated than they have to be, I feel like.
Absolutely. I agree 100%.
But it all comes from not the lack of knowledge. It's easy to look back and say that. But right then, when you're in the moment, everything feels like the end of the world.
Everything is 10 times.
Yes. Every little thing feels like the end of the world because your world is so small.
10 times.
Small town. Like your world is the size of a pin drop. Like,
even worse, girl. The emotions, that was my first time living in a small town, and oh my God.
Yeah.
It was so different. I learned so much.
Yeah, it's a lot, so you got to look at where your background, where you came from. Some people didn't get exposed to anything sexual, maybe to college, and they was like, woohoo. Like, like most people have a time period. Some people don't, but if they ain't dead, they might have one later. I don't know.
Or they just might have been blessed. Like some people just don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But those are usually people that find God really early and understand that that's such a small part of life.
Some people just get it. I'm not that person. And I wanted to be that person, but I'm just not that person. Like I gotta go out there. You tell me it's raining, I gotta go out there and get wet before I know it's raining. Like, didn't I tell you it was raining? What you mean?
Just always say a hard head make a soft booty. So
girl, my behind soft. You hear me? But as I'm getting older, it's hardening again. But I'm not gonna hold you too much longer. And I do want everybody to know that when it came to my twins, you helped me so much.
Oh, yeah.
I tell people this to this day. Don't think, just do. I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna take care of these twins. Because you have twins. You said, you know what? You know how I did it? Don't think, just do. And that's what I live by that. And I tell people that don't think, just do.
It gotta be done. Okay. It's gonna be harder, but let's not focus on that. Just focus on the fact that it needs to be done. And then it's coming out of love. So after you understand the love, then it don't even seem like a chore. It don't even seem like extra. It's just like, okay, it's two of them at one time. Like that's what it becomes. Like, but at first it seems like the biggest thing in your world, like, oh
God, how I'm gonna do it.
Like it's the craziest occurrence to find out that you are having a set of twins, especially unexpectedly at that. Like,
yes.
You already got kids that's half grown, and now I got to start over again. And you gave me two of them, Lord. What are you doing?
What did I do? But then it's a blessing in disguise. So
just see the blessing in it. You just see the blessing in it. Yeah,
that's right. I appreciate you, Mel, so much. And I got something for you anyway, so you don't got to worry about the book. I'm going to make it that. And I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Is there anything you want to tell the people, tell the world, tell the kids? What do you want to say?
Just be kind to each other. Just find a way to, when you get ready to post something sarcastic or mean, just post something nice and just do that for a week and just see how your whole environment changes. Your whole mind frame changes. Being mean is not cute. It's really not. I used to do it too. Like, and I look back and think back, it's be stuff that pop in my memories that makes I can't believe I was behaving like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It gotta start somewhere though.
It gotta start somewhere.
It gotta start somewhere. Just start. Just one step.
And I remember that too. So I won't be petty. I gotta remember that Trump say Mel said, backspace.
Yes. I still have to delete stuff like, ooh, Melanie, that was not in the spirit right there. That's why I post what I post, because I still struggle sometimes because I see something and then I'll be like, okay, it's time for me to get off of social media because the wrong spirit is finna make me speak right now. But yeah, I just enjoyed this and I hope your book does really well. Like,
thank you.
Like what I've seen and I just wish you all the luck in the world. Well, all the grace in the world.
All the grace. There you go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'll hit you up later on.
All right, girl.
All right. See ya. This is my special guest. Oh, this is one of my best friends, Raynicia. What you want to call
y'all? Look what I got on.
I love it. And you made it a crop top, girl. I might even sell a crop top.
I did, because it's summertime. You know what I'm saying? You looking at
Now, this is one of my best friends, so we're going to be cutting up a little bit, okay? We might get off script.
a little bit.
Let me see what I got for you, right?
So if y'all on this live and you think you know me, get out. Okay.
You know. Okay. So this is one of my best friends, Ray. She's actually gonna be she's gonna be in the book. She's the one who actually I don't know if you was listening to it.
Not most of it. I listened to
so I was telling them this is the first book that I had to redo, Controversy. So she helped me though, pushed me. I told the world that you helped push me to get the book. You paid for it. That was my Christmas gift. Like you pushed me to do it because I was always like, I'm gonna do it. I'm not. You might do it. Do it. And so I dedicated my book. She's in there. She's part of my dedication. So I love her so much.
I love you too.
So again, this is the actual first book. We redid it, the revised new cover. All righty. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's go a little bit about your background. So she's a virtuoso. She's done did it all almost. So she was in the Navy, LPN. Now she's a nurse, traveling nurse. She's in courses. She's teaching to be a doula. She got so much going on, y'all. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, well, I always got a lot going on, you know. But I did start off in the Navy as a Navy corpsman, fresh out of high school, 17. And then I took the LPN exam, y'all. I really did. But I failed it like 2-3 times, and I gave up at that point. It was over. It wasn't meant for me.
At that point,
yeah, because it was. You know what? LPN is a licensed practical nurse, and nothing to LPNs. They the shit too. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But that wasn't for me. You know,
right?
You know what I'm saying? Y'all
yeah, right. That wasn't your thing.
Y'all talking about God, and God was like, bigger, baby, bigger, and I went bigger. So here I is. Now I'm a registered nurse, and you know, COVID happened, the pandemic happened, and we had to go make that money.
Now, sis was in there. Sis was in Cali. Okay.
Listen, what? What? COVID who? If it's meant for me to go, it was gonna be meant for me to go, whether I was making money or not. So I wasn't trying to go out broke. Sister had to be buried, cremated, or something. Y'all didn't want to have to spend no money on no GoFundMe. Then they would have been talking about me. They would have been like, how she was out there, how she a whole nurse, and now we gotta have a GoFundMe to bury her ass.
How she protect people when she to GoFundMe? Like, just send her $5, put it in there.
Look, your ass would have been like, it don't matter, okay?
Yep, it don't. That's me too. Put it in there. That's right. You know me, the Lord, she did that. She helped people. Now we're going to help her.
Right. Now help us bury my friend.
That's right. I'm in charge of this GoFundMe, by the way. Don't play with her.
Off the top, and then I'm going to use the rest. You know what I'm saying? To put her in the grave, you know?
So silly.
But no, so like now I'm still a traveler. I'm still a traveling nurse, but I do have a course, and my specialties were ER and labor and delivery, but I narrowed it down to just labor and delivery, and I have a doula course. So I'm teaching doulas just how to support Black moms and how to support Black and brown moms during labor, during the prenatal period, during postpartum, and just all the things to look for so that we can stop dying at the alarming rate that we're dying. And we're dying. And I used to say, you know, well, we're dying and blah, 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 blah. But for real, I feel like we've been killed at this point. It's gotten too out of control. And so at this point, we're being murdered, and we need people to advocate for us so that we can leave the hospital when our babies leave. You know,
I've seen a case where they wouldn't let a mother leave with her baby.
And you talking about the one where she had the baby in the carrier?
Yeah.
And they were trying to keep. So that's another thing. Like, yeah, that happens because there's certain, like, you sign the consent forms when you get there. And that's another thing that I talk to the doulas about is, you know, educating the moms on what they're signing. People don't read it. I mean, I do it every day at work. Like, I explain it to them.
I didn't read it. I'm guilty.
And they sign it. They don't know.
They thinking they have to sign it,
baby. After you have it, and I'm gonna go down the street with it and do whatever. They don't know because they don't read. They just sign it. But see, that's what having somebody there to advocate for you and support you is for. Because guess what? They're going to read it. Or if you're in labor, in active labor, I get it, sis. You're in pain. You're going through it right now. You don't want to have to deal with paperwork and reading and all of that. But that's what your doula is for, because your doula can read it to you. They can't sign it, but they can read it and explain.
And tell you, wait. Do you know what you're signing?
Yeah. They can stop you and say, hold on. Make sure you know what you're signing. And if you're so engulfed in the pain of labor and all of that, then that's when they come. That's when they step in and they advocate for you. And they say, okay, well, this paper that she's giving you right now, this HIPAA form, it means that they're not allowed to give out your medical information to anybody unless you say so. But they're not allowed to give out your medical information, your name, your birthday, any of that personal protected information at all. Right? They know that. So they can tell you and explain that to you. And if you have questions, most of the time you feel comfortable talking to your baby daddy. You feel comfortable talking to your mama that's in the room. You feel comfortable talking to your homegirl that's in the room. You might not feel comfortable asking me what it really means because I don't want her to think I'm stupid, or I don't want her to, like, I don't want to look dumb and da da da. You know how we get. We people of color. You know how we get, and we can have an attitude like that. You know what I'm saying? And because you don't understand something, you have an attitude. Like, sis, hold on now, hold on.
What is this? What am I finding?
Yeah, and that's how it is. So that's why I'm teaching doulas, and preferably doulas of color. But you could be whatever. You could be purple if you want to. I don't care. But preferably doulas
because
of color.
We are the reason why is because the death rate of people of color,
and because we know us. Like, I know when you come in and you like, what am I signing? Blah blah blah. I know you don't have an attitude with me because you don't like me. I don't take it personal. And I know that you're scared, you're anxious. Like, I know that because I'm a Black woman too. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm a person of color too. So I know it ain't that, and I know that you don't trust the medical system. You know what I mean? So I know that it's not to me. And I know how to diffuse
Don't take it personal.
I know how to be like, hold on now, baby. I just got here. Hold on.
I'm not going to help you.
Go back outside. And I'm gonna redo this, and I'm gonna come back, okay? And then that's what this is literally what I do at work. And then I go out the room.
Oh, you in Atlanta? Let them know where you at.
Yeah, I'm in Atlanta. And then I knock again, like, good morning. It's Nurse Rain. I'm gonna be your nurse today. And
you do that for real? You go.
Yeah, I do that for real. And then they laugh it off.
Then they laugh it. They feel comfortable.
Now
Okay.
that we got that out of the way, how can I help you, boo? What you need?
Okay.
You don't understand? It's okay to not understand. It's okay to be nervous. It's okay to be anxious. I got you. That's what you got me for. And by the time it's time for me to leave, they be like, damn, you gotta go for real? And I'll be like, sis, now you know you don't want me here past like 16 hours, because after that, you know the attitude you had this morning. It's all over for me, okay? I got to go.
After that, I'm done. I ain't got no more hours in me.
Right. I ain't got no more. That whole go back and do it again. It ain't gonna be like it was at 7 o'clock this morning. Okay.
So when you teaching them to be a doula, are you getting do they get like certification once they go through your class?
Yep. So they get a certification. They get a certification from Rain Health and Wellness. I also teach them infant CPR. So they'll get a certification for infant CPR from the American Heart Association. Now that the doula course that I teach is like doulas. There's no provisions on it educational wise. So there's no requirements. You don't have to graduate from high school. Like, I'm teaching teenagers. Like, I prefer them to be 16 and over and be able to drive because they're helping moms in labor. But anybody can really take the course, and anybody, can become a doula. They got daddy doulas, honey, where you like,
cool. I didn't know you could be like 16. So we got some young people out there.
Yeah.
If you know somebody that's young, you need to reach out to Ray. I don't know if you can I can send me the information that they can reach you, and then that way they can try to sign up for your class.
Yeah, because I really do want to teach like the 16, 17-year-olds, the high schoolers, because you know what? High schoolers, they fucking, okay?
Yeah.
They get pregnant. They fucking out here. They doing way more than what we was doing. The stuff that we see on TV, the stuff on Euphoria and All American, like all they doing is fucking.
They doing that more this age group than it was. Yeah, when my age group was going, I'm like, oh my God, but they're like out there.
Yeah, they're doing everything too. Like, and when we was in high school, if you was sucking dick, you was a hoe, and we didn't talk to you, and we talk shit about you. Like, I heard she sucked dick. Blah, blah,
Viewer
blah.
discretion is advised.
Now it's not like that at all. Now these kids do everything, and it's like,
you're right.
They do everything, and they're getting pregnant. Like, but who's there to advocate for them when they get pregnant? Especially the ones whose parents put them out, or the ones whose parents don't come to the hospital with them because they do not want their kid to be pregnant. It's too late for all of that. And now we got this 14-year-old in here by herself about to have a baby.
Do you get that? Do you get okay, so talk about that though. You're talking about the young people, we laughing, but you see young people.
Yeah, they getting pregnant. They're getting pregnant. They're getting STDs at an alarming rate. They're getting HIV. They're getting gonorrhea. They're getting herpes and syphilis And I ain't never, like, listen, I've been in the medical field since 2001, since I graduated from high school, right? I thought syphilis was gone, okay? Until I moved to Atlanta and started doing EMS.
Oh my
When I was on an
goodness.
ambulance in Atlanta, Lord,
Really?
like
There's a lot of syphilis?
syphilis. And I'm like, damn, like I kind of thought that went out with the Tuskegee Airmen and stuff. I really didn't think that that was still a thing. But girl, like, and gonorrhea and chlamydia of the mouth, the eyes.
Oh my gosh. These are young people?
These are young people, these teenagers. I really had never seen that like firsthand. Like,
Oh, girl, you gave me chills.
like when I was stationed in Quantico with the Marines and stuff, like the Marines would get gonorrhea all the time. You know what I'm saying? But,
military, right?
Yeah, you know. But it was like genital gonorrhea, but like gonorrhea of the mouth and gonorrhea of the eyes. Girl, like that's what I'm saying. Like people they don't want to, you know what I mean?
Talk about it.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, they don't want to talk about it, but that's just like that's what it is. And so, like, who's advocating for these teenage moms that's coming in and having babies? Who's there to support them? Like, yeah, I could.
But obviously, they mom not. Yeah, I got you.
Right, and I'm there for them, and I'm supporting them. But how much better would it be if this mom had a doula there that was 16 years old? You know what I mean?
Age. That can relate to her.
That can relate to her. That can let her know she understands and help her understand what's going on and help her through the labor process and do TikToks and shit. Cause I ain't doing no TikToks with you, baby. Like, I'll explain it.
It's your baby mama. Baby mama.
Right. Twerking, I can't even do it. So I ain't doing it. Like,
I think that's really cool though. No, that's really cool. When is your class, by the way?
So yes, the course launches on July 25th, which is the anniversary of my grandma's passing. So yeah, I'm excited about it. Yeah,
okay. It has a meaning behind it.
But it's 100% online. It's all self-paced. So you purchase the course, you log on, and you do it at your will, you know, and you'll always have access to the course. So when I drop new information specifically for doulas, and this is a high-risk doula program. So I have a whole module on high-risk issues. So that's preeclampsia, that's gestational diabetes. I talk about sickle cell. I teach you about sickle cell anemia, HIV, because these are things that run rampant in the Black community, right? Some of them we can't control, of course, like sickle cell, gestational diabetes,
right.
preeclampsia, of course, but HIV, and you know what I mean, that kind of thing. That's what it is. So we got to deal with it. But doulas that go through the other programs, they're not learning this. They're not learning to be high-risk doulas. Like, I'm teaching you high-risk stuff.
Okay.
What you need to look for your mom's postpartum and for your mom's prenatally. And like, that's why I call it not your average doula, because we not average, baby.
We ain't like them regular doulas. We ain't no regular doula.
At all. Not at all. Okay. So, but yeah, that's what I'm teaching, and I have a whole module on cannabis use during pregnancy, because whether you want to believe it or not, they blowing, right? And they come in and popping on piss tests, so you got to teach them about it.
Okay.
And you
you being real. So, you being real. Now this is like unfiltered. Yeah, but that's how you gotta be. That's how you gotta be, though.
Yes, you have to be. And so just like, you know, in your last interview, how she was saying, like, teaching kids and stuff about sexual education so young, we got to teach them. We have to. Because if we don't teach them, where they going to learn at school? Because they're going to public school. So if they're going to public school, where they going to learn? Where they going to learn about their bodies at?
And we don't want them to learn from the public schools what's going on in these public schools.
Thank you. Because how they learn? By experience? Because we damn sure don't want them learning by experience, because that's what's going to be teaching them. And you don't want them learning by experience.
You don't want the streets to teach them.
You don't.
But this does start at home too. So
it starts at home. So it's like it starts at home. So it's like, okay, but the educational system.
But realistically, it ain't gonna start at home. So
thank you. That's the thing. Realistically, it don't. And that's part of the issue right there. You know, we gotta teach these kids. Yeah, like we was hunching. Like, come on now. Like, it's natural. It's natural. It's science. It's gonna happen. You can't like get rid of that. You can't get rid of the hormones. You can't. It doesn't work that way. You know, it's science.
Right.
So teach them how to deal with their bodies. Teach them how to put on a condom. Teach them all these things. Now it should be age appropriate. Now don't get it twisted.
Right.
Now it should be age appropriate. So you start teaching them at home age appropriate things. Age appropriate.
Right. You can't teach. Yeah, I see what you're saying, girl.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Don't teach your 7-year-old how to put on a condom.
Girl.
Let me make that clear.
First of all, I'm calling the people on you.
Listen, give me the baby, goddamn it. Yeah, leave.
The same baby that caught, what's her name? Same baby that was on that highway.
Bring me the baby.
Bring me the baby.
Right.
Okay. We talked about that. I want you to talk about, because we're talking about also the your journeys, right? We're gonna come back to it because you got to give the information for that as well.
Okay.
Oh no! Before we start that, I want you to talk about the gift or the planner that comes along with
the planner. Oh, so I have a digital planner that it's a free gift. It's a digital planner, and you download it, and you download it, and you can use it like in your iPad and your iPhone and in this Good Notes app. But it's a regular planner, like a hard copy planner, but it's digital. And I just created one for people to have for free. It's something that it helps me pass time, and it's calming and things like that.
It's really
but
cool. I tried to set it up, but I couldn't do it.
Huh?
I said I tried to set it up, but I couldn't figure it out. But
look,
it's really cool.
That's why I was looking at my phone. I was like, dang, like I could like show you.
Yeah, we want to. Yeah, we can.
I'll pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up because you can color on it.
Yes, so it is. It's a digital coloring book as well, and I also have one that I specifically make for pregnant women. I have one right now, but I'm creating more. But it's to track your blood pressure, your blood sugar, your pain level, things that you need to talk to your doctor about, like all the things pregnancy. It has the stages of growth for baby, so you know, okay, well, I'm 20 weeks. What's my baby doing in there, and what does my baby look like, and how's my baby developing, that kind of stuff. So
that's how I was every week.
Huh?
When I was pregnant, that's how it was every week. What that baby look like in there now?
Yes. Yes, that's exactly how it is. Okay, so I don't know if you guys, we'll see if you guys can see this. If you can't, then
let me try to see if I can change the background where we can kind of
look. Oh shoot, there you go. So it's just boom. Okay.
Look at that. Unapologetically dope. Okay. That's a planner.
It's a journal. It's a planner. It's everything.
That's your free gift, you guys, whenever you sign up for her doula class. And you get certified.
Well, you can get it now. You don't have to sign up for the class to get it.
Oh, well, y'all better get on it.
Yeah, you can download it now. You don't have to sign up for the class. It has guided journal prompts and everything in there. So you don't have to sign up for the class. It's just a free little gift. That's it.
Okay. Well, I like it. I had to make sure I brought it up.
Thank you.
And don't you have like a book, ebook?
I do. I have an ebook on the site where you sign up for the course. I have an ebook specifically for induction. And it's to like just educate moms on the induction process, because they come in and they don't know what we're going to do to them. They don't know how it's done. A lot of times the doctors don't have time to really answer their questions and explain it to them. So when they come in for their induction, they don't know what's up. They don't know nothing. And it just be like, oh, okay. Like, you've been going to the doctor and you don't know nothing. You ain't ask no questions. Like, and that's how they are. But they come, they're scared to ask the doctor's questions. So when
that's how I was, because sometimes doctors seem kind of mean.
Right, they ask me everything under the sun, and I'm like, even after the doctor has come in the room and seen them and said, "Do you have any questions?" No, I don't have any questions. The doctor walk out and they're like, "But what did they mean when they said no?" I be like, "Sis, that's the man right there. Did he just ask me any questions? You should have asked this thing. I'm like, yeah, you go wait the nigga like now, and you want to ask me any questions." But I don't say that to them, y'all. I really don't. I don't. Not like that. But I explain it to them. Nah,
she goes out the room and come back in. Hello, let's try this again.
Let's try this again, okay? No, I do. I explain it to them unless it's something that they need informed consent about, and it has to be done by the doctor. If it has to be done by the doctor, I make the doctor come back and I make the doctor answer your questions. Like,
Okay.
not make them, but you know what I mean. Like, I have to come back and answer your questions, because legally I can't give you that information for you to make an informed decision, because I'm a nurse and the doctor has to do it. And baby, who ain't putting their license on the line is me.
It's me.
Me, honey. But I do tell them that. And we'll tell them that. Now let me go get him, because I can't explain this to you for you to have informed consent, because who is not putting their license on the line, baby, is me. Because guess what? That 15-year-old I was just telling you about, that 13-year-old I was just telling you about, we gonna have to come stay with you. You don't want it. You don't want it. You don't want it. So, but yeah, it's about the induction process, and it's not a long book. It really is just like like 15, 16 pages, and it really just goes over the overview of the induction process. That's free too. And the book is called "Who Gonna Induce Me, Boo?" That's the name of it.
Who's gonna induce me, boo?
Who gonna induce me, boo? And if you want to shake the table, shake the table.
Shake the table. Okay. I got some questions for you. Okay. I wanted you to explain the journey of you becoming a nurse, because that's the whole point of my book. The journey, spiritual journey, your life's journey. It's the same thing.
Right. So basically,
I know how tough it was. Okay. No, I know. Yeah. You gotta remember, I know you. I know what you went through. So look, I want you to know, because you worked hard though. You worked hard. You worked your butt off. So
I did.
What's that journey look like, especially when you feel like giving up, when things kind of like being thrown at you? What did you do to keep it moving, keep it going? Because we know about the secret and the vision boards and all of that.
Yeah. And I believe in the Lord too. Okay. All right. I do. But
she used to tell me to pay my tithes faithfully. You need to pay your tithes. Look at her now. Because she paid her tithes. That's why she where she at now. Go ahead.
I sure did. And I paid my tithes. And when I didn't have money to pay my tithes, I paid it in sweat equity, baby. You hear me?
Okay.
Because it's more than one way to give your tithing and offering. You do. If
that's
you
what
ain't got money,
you ain't got
money. Money ain't your first fruit to begin with, because you got to get out the bed first. So if you got to get out the bed to even get to work to make the money, that definitely is not your first fruit. Your first fruit is that breath you take when you get up.
Wow. Okay. I had somebody else say that. And actually posted on his name is Lewis. He posted that. Said
it's not. But see,
you could give another way. Yeah, we ain't. Go ahead. Okay, tell me your story. Okay.
And religion. So we're not gonna go down that rabbit hole. Okay, like my life, girl, from the main streets of Southeast San Diego, baby.
Not the gang signs.
I had to escape, get the fuck out of there, okay? No, but to be honest, I was put out at 16 by my mother, and we ain't gonna get on Gloria. We gonna talk about me. And then I moved to Virginia. So I graduated from high school in Virginia, in Richmond, Virginia. And then I went off to the Navy, straight to the Navy, because when it comes to guidance, I learned this from my dad and my stepmom, who were both in the Navy, right? My stepmom retired. My dad got out well before. But you have to work hard, but you also have to have guidance. Young people don't have guidance. My parents they didn't say, okay, well, yeah, go ahead and go to college, girl. It don't matter what you go for. No, it wasn't like that. You're going to go to college, and you can go to college for this list of things as a major, right? So that you can provide for yourself. And then the other extracurricular stuff you can, or not extracurricular, because people love art and they make great money on art. Nowadays, you got social media and things like that to push you along, and so it's more profitable. But when
it wasn't there then.
It wasn't like that.
Right.
So you can go to school for art.
What you gonna do with art? What you gonna do with that? Right. Graphic designs. Who cares about that?
Who graphics? And what graphics? On what? We had AOL. We had dial-up. Right. Now it's gonna take 30 years for the goddamn graphics to pull up. Look, you gotta put the phone down. Who
on the phone? I gotta start over.
Right. So my parents was like, you can go to school for these things, but I've always wanted to do medicine, right? So it was either medicine or music. And I wanted to do medicine. So I've always wanted to do that. But I didn't necessarily want to be a doctor. So it was that, and you can go to school, and you better go to school, and you better get good grades. One, I'm going to put my foot in your ass. And two, we're going to make your ass come right on back home, and you're going to have to follow these rules. So you can do that, or you can go to the military. One of the two. And you know what I chose? Let me wrap my shit on up and go on to the military, because ain't no way I'm going to get to college and do what the hell I'm supposed to do at 17. I graduated at 17. I wasn't going to college to do what the fuck. I was going to be free. I was going to be fucking. I was going to be partying. I was going to be drinking, smoking, and doing all of the above.
You already know you're going to waste their money. Ain't even going to waste your money.
On their time. Okay, and before the whole first freshman year was out, my ass was gonna be going back home. I was not
a point two.
Right.
A point two.
Look, Bobby was gonna be on my ass. You hear me? So never mind. Let me just go on. I don't even want to even try it. So I went to the Navy. And to be honest, it was the best thing that I've ever done in my life. It was the best choice I ever made in my life. Period. There's no way to get around it. I honestly feel like after high school, everybody should fucking be made to go for at least 2 years. You get a trade, you get paid for it, you get so many valuable
benefits.
Not
and college paid for, right?
Internally, mentally. Like,
oh yeah,
mentally,
okay.
You get taught to pay attention to detail. Mentally, you get taught discipline. And when it comes to these men, these boys, they need it more than anything, especially when they're growing up with single moms. Like, we cannot teach them to be men. Now, you can teach them discipline. You can teach them how to be an amazing adult. You can teach them how to be responsible in a motherfucker, but you can't teach them how to be a man. You can't. Nobody can. Right? So I think it's a great thing for everybody to do. But I went to the Navy, and then I got out of the Navy. And I got out of the Navy with a general under honorable conditions. Right, so that means I didn't get any of my benefits when I got out, because
technically that wasn't your. I know the story. Technically, it wasn't your fault.
No, it wasn't my fault.
Right,
but that was the game that I chose to play, and I didn't play it. So that's the problem. And I'm not gonna say I didn't play it correctly, because the Navy is built on honor, courage, and commitment. And what I did was I told the truth. And the truth fucked me up in the end, and I had to deal with those consequences. And that was the consequence of me telling the truth. So I was underage drinking. I threw my 21st birthday party like 6 days before my birthday. My birthday, or 6, 7, 8, I don't know. However many days. My birthday's on October 24th, and I threw my birthday party on October 16th. And someone drove home drunk and got into a really bad car accident and had to be like life flighted off the freeway and all of that stuff. But he wasn't just drunk, he was snorting coke too, y'all. Okay, mind you. So I ended up getting in trouble for throwing such an extravagant event, you know what I'm saying? Because your girl was popular, you know what I'm saying? So I had all the,
lit wasn't even the word back then. It was lit.
It was litty. We was lit to the city, you know what I'm saying? But I got in trouble, and I had to pay for that. I had to pay that consequence, and like that was a consequence.
The choices and consequences. That's what the book is about.
It's either, choices. The choices you make, and you either going to get a reward or you're going to get a consequence, and it's up to you. And I got a consequence, and that consequence like set me back a long time, because I started nursing school. So as I was a Navy corpsman, and as a corpsman, you qualify after a year. You qualify to challenge the LPN board. So I took the test to be an LPN. In certain states, you can. Right? So I took the test for California to be an LPN after I got out, but I didn't pass. But part of that is because I didn't like in the Navy. We like there's doctors in the Navy and there's nurses in the Navy, but the corpsmen, like we see them, like we are doc. Like what they go to the doctors to see big stuff, but for other stuff they come see us. I diagnose you, I treat you, and I sit down. Like you got an ingrown.
So you had the experience.
Come on, let me cut that off, and then we gonna. So we did that stuff. So taking the test, I didn't know. There's different scopes of practice that we don't abide by in the military. So. I didn't really, and I didn't prepare for it. I was thinking, shit, I know how to do this. I'm gonna take this test, I'm gonna pass it, and we're gonna move on. And that's not how it went. But I had to apply to get my discharge upgraded in order to pay for school, because they took my GI Bill as well. So I
Oh,
couldn't
okay.
finish school for a very long time. But the
Dang.
first time I went to nursing school, the first time I started nursing school was in 2004. And then I got out, then I stopped. And I got out in 2006. And when I wanted to go back, I couldn't afford it because Dad took my GI Bill. So from that point, it was like, okay, so now I have to try to get this discharge upgraded. And I was discouraged about it because they kept saying no and they kept saying no. And I had this like vendetta too because her name was Captain Prisble. That bitch looked like a motherfucking poodle. To this day, I can't stand her. You hear me? You
You see
hear
why I
me?
got fuel discretion is advised?
I can't stand her. I can't. I wish I would see that hoe on the freeway in the motherfucking whatever.
God's still working on her.
God's still working on me. You know, push her ass down the motherfucking flight of stairs. She told me though, when I went to Captain's Mass, you know what she said? She said, this will be the most expensive party you've ever thrown in your life. And you know what I said? Nothing back then, but now I say, shit me, bitch, I'm about to get and it's gonna be lit.
It's gonna be litty.
Look, shit. But she did. She took my pay for 2 months.
Oh, you had the Article 15?
So yeah.
But you have an allotment going on where you could put your money away?
Bitch, no.
God dang.
Nah, we was in the DC metro area. Bitch, we was partying. What? I was young. Like when I got to
you wouldn't even think about putting your
put money away. Shit, I joined the Navy and was like, oh shit, I
So how they take your pay though? The Article 15. So if you would have, let's say you would have did an allotment where you set something where your money goes somewhere else, they can't touch that, right?
Well, I wasn't getting a paycheck. I didn't get paid.
Oh, they didn't even give you a whole paycheck.
Yeah, I didn't get paid. She took
So
my pay
do?
for 2 months. She took my pay for 2 months. She busted me down in rank, so I went back in rank.
Oh my gosh!
I wasn't eligible to pick up because I had just took the E4 exam. I just
see why you call her a poodle,
huh?
I see why you call her a poodle.
Yeah. Oh, wet dog. But yeah, she took
your discretion is advised. Go ahead.
You know what? What they be saying? This game is rated for mature audiences.
Only this section.
Right. The kids can come back after this. What time is it? Don't they ask?
Does any kids leave the room?
Right. It's 6:30. They need to be eating dinner. They sit their asses on.
So silly. Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, she busted me down at rank, girl. She was like, I would suspend you to the barracks if you weren't married. Because at the time I was married. I was already married. But she was like, I would suspend you to the barracks if you weren't married and had a dependent. So because of that, I'll let you go home. She was like, damn, like she threw the book at me. I had to go to Alcoholics Anonymous. I was like, bitch, I am not an alcoholic. But
she made you go there though, try to prove a point.
Yeah, you making me go to Alcoholics Anonymous? It was that motherfucker that was driving. What? But I went. I had a couple shots before I went, and I went in there calm, cool, and collected. And I sat down, and it was nothing. It was only like a couple sessions anyway, but it was on base, so it was like
nothing really. Yeah.
Some other alcoholics telling me not to be an alcoholic,
and they drinking as soon as they leave there.
Had some liquor in the coffee cup in their office. Why you bullshit? They don't tell me not to drink. Can I get a sip of that? That's what No, but yeah, I had to go to Alcoholics Anonymous, girl. It was like I was blown away about how much she threw at me and took my and gave me a general under honorable conditions when I got out. And that hurt my feelings a lot because it was like, well, damn, like
why would you mess up my whole career? I'm young. First of all, you were young.
I came in here for.
So why would you mess? Yeah, some people. But you know what? You slapping her face. Go ahead, tell your story.
Right. Right. Because guess what I said? Like I said in the beginning, he was like, bigger.
Okay.
Now I'm here. But after that, then I just went on with life. You know, I was an EMT in the Navy. So when I got out, I just started doing EMS and stuff like that. But I worked like 2 jobs in the Navy. Like I lived out in town before they were giving me BAH and everything because I didn't want. Like I always had this thing. I don't want to follow anybody else's rules. I'm gonna do shit my way when I want to do it.
You're stubborn like that.
Do it, and I'm not like I don't give a fuck about what nobody thinks.
She sure don't. As you can see, I had to put viewer discretion.
I don't give
is
a fuck.
advised.
Like, what you gonna do? Judge me, bitch? Judge your mammy. You hear me? Okay. Judge your mammy. Your family probably got a whole bunch of motherfucking secrets. Like, anyway.
Hey, look, my book is called Unfiltered, so y'all get ready.
So
There's no she's gonna be in the volume 2.
Listen, like, I live my life. It's shit. The one thing you cannot get back, and I teach this to my son all the time, is time. You waste
That's
time
true.
if you want to, you ain't getting that shit back. You gonna wake up one day and be 50 years old and ain't gonna have shit to show for all the time you've been on earth. Nothing at all.
Yeah,
yeah, you ain't gonna have shit to show for it. And then what?
I said that earlier. Yeah.
Then what? And especially when it comes to your goals and dreams and the things that you want to do, who gives a fuck what somebody else think? They only mad because they ain't got the balls to do the shit themselves. So who gives a fuck? And then what? You die and all your goals and dreams in the cemetery with your ass? Where does that get anybody? Nowhere at all. So yeah,
I mean, great, dude. We got truth hurts.
Truth hurts.
Truth hurts.
It do.
Okay, go back to your story. So you got out. You did the intake. Okay, so now you're going to college. I mean, not college, not yet. You was in Georgia at first.
No, I did music, girl. Remember when I was
yes. Okay, wait a minute. How did we get Blog Talk Radio? How did we get Blog Talk Radio? She had a whole podcast. Before podcast was podcast.
Before there was
the radio. Yeah.
Girl, yes. I did Blog Talk Radio. Remember I was in that band in DC with Black Man?
I remember that too. You might watch this. I might put this on Instagram. Watch yourself.
So basically,
let's tell that story in the book.
So
okay, go ahead.
All right, I won't tell y'all about all that. But I did music. Remember I did that song with JJ. Your mama was like, why she sing this song?
I forgot about. I wonder if JJ. Let me see if JJ on here. You didn't do a song with JJ. Why I forget about that? Where's my brother?
Leave me alone. And then when I finally did my own song and I posted, she was like, "Now that's much better." Get off my post, Soprano. Look. But I didn't know. Like I just vocally wasn't strong. But I later learned that your vocal cords is an instrument. You gotta work it. You gotta it's a skill. Singing is a skill. It's not a talent. It's a skill. You gotta learn how to do it. And I just didn't know. I ain't had nobody to really teach me either. So, but anyways, I did music. I did Blog Talk Radio with SS, my cousin, and Fillmore Slim, who used to be a pimp in Vegas. I did Blog Talk Radio, and then I had the coffee shop. Remember the coffee shop?
Oh, she had her own studio. I needed that studio like right now, and now she ain't got it. But she had her own studio.
Yeah, I had the recording studio. I did Blog Talk Radio. I had the recording studio.
The coffee shop.
The coffee shop where we had a coffee shop radio. Remember we did that? I did that show too. The coffee shop radio with Lady Rain. What else? Shit, a lot. I did a lot of stuff. I did everything, but still dope, baby. But it's like
that's gonna be in part volume 2 or 3.
Remember,
that's gonna be in volume 2 or volume 3. I did that. That's gonna be. You remember that?
Listen, girl.
That?
Look.
You remember when I wrote the cue on the
Wait, we did
so much. I'm telling you, the stuff I did
so much.
Okay, now what really gets me, what motivates me though, is when you was from when you moved to Georgia. Let's see, I moved first, then you moved. I moved to Arkansas.
No, I moved first.
Because you drug that girl down them stairs after I left.
You know what, bitch? What you not gonna do is put our little fitness out there like that, okay? I'm really nice, guys, okay? I don't.
No, she's not. This was when I was like,
okay? I am the kindler, gentler me, okay?
But it was right after that, though.
I am not
you moved to Georgia. What you say?
I said I am the kindler, gentler me. But if a bitch get out of line, I am not above wrapping my hand around that hair and no. I moved to Georgia in 2010. Remember the first time I moved to Georgia? I moved to Georgia in 2010 the first time, and then I ended up moving back to Virginia. And then
you moved when I was still here?
Yeah. I moved to Georgia the first time. Because remember we closed the studio. And I moved. Come on now. Come on. You told me not to talk about this.
Okay, let's not talk about it.
You remember when I moved to Georgia? Wait.
No, because remember, I was still here because you were still here for a little bit. You left after that.
Yeah, I did leave after you. Because that's how that ended.
You see me, I was like, no, don't tell that story.
I know that's how that happened because you were. Yeah, that's how that happened because you were already close by. Yeah. Never mind.
Because I was getting ready to leave because I was going back and forth. Remember, because I was eating that cereal and I was like, why does every time I come over here? Yeah, that was then. So so after that, you moved to Georgia, and that's when I came down to visit you.
Mm-hmm.
And then, what was you doing? Was you going to school then?
Hell no, I wasn't doing nothing because I was going through my separation with Josh Ass, and whatever, that's him. Anyway, we moving on. So I was going through my little separation and shit, and then
he watching too.
Huh?
I said he watching too.
Anyway, and then so I was going through the separation and stuff with him. I wasn't doing shit. I was like, I'm not working.
Matter of fact, we was researching stuff on the computer that whole weekend. I remember that.
Yeah.
And then that's when
don't say it like that. You make it seem like we was plotting a heist.
No, we was researching stuff. No, we was researching important stuff.
Yeah. Legal shit, y'all. Legal shit,
not stuff like that.
I know,
Don't come take us away.
Right.
But you were still in the medical field there, though. I remember that. You were still in the medical field, though.
In Georgia?
Yeah. You always been in the medical field, right?
Yeah, I've always have, I tried to keep my EMT license all the time because I needed, in case I needed to work and do stuff. But at the time, my ex-husband was providing for me financially. That was good enough for me. Okay. You don't want to be here, you ain't got to. But what is gonna be here is them Quidditch. So he was providing that. I remember he used to get mad and be like, you got me taking care of niggas that you with, blah, blah, blah. Sure is. Once it go from your account to my account, it's no longer yours. That's how that works. Okay? Because you didn't understand, smart as you are. That's how that works.
I need to put her on my podcast, not on here. Look,
okay? That's how that go. Now that we got that out of the way.
Okay, so at that point you didn't decide to do that just yet. You wasn't ready yet. Or you were trying to nursing, yeah.
No. I hadn't gone back to nursing school. So at that time, my goal was to become a paramedic. Girl, listen, my goal was to become a paramedic. And then because
I was like, how your little short self getting in that big old
the fastest route to finish nursing, because it was like, okay, well, how can I do this the fastest way so that I can provide for my kid? Because going to school for 5 years, 4 years, 5 years, I ain't even I need to be feeding this nigga now. And right now we eating SpaghettiOs and hot dogs, and it's like, I gotta do something, So in my head, it was like, okay, well, if I go to be a paramedic, then I only have to do the bridge program for nursing. So that was my goal. And I was already on an ambulance. So it was like, okay, I can make more money now while I'm on the ambulance if I become a paramedic, and then bridge to nursing school bridge to nursing while I'm making more money.
Okay.
That was the goal, right? But I failed out of that. Mm-hmm. I failed out of that.
That's part of life. Okay, because you got a good outcome.
Right. I failed in April. And we was gonna be done in June, honey, and I failed in April. And he was like, I went to this course through. So when you teach EMTs, right, you can just open up a school of your own if you have the license or the credentials to teach, right? So I was going to this privately owned program, which my ex-husband was paid for, right?
You hear that? You did it. I know he's listening. Go ahead.
That money. Since I'm today, why you at it? Anyway, we was like I was going through this program, and you know what he told me? He was like, I just don't think medicine is cut out for you. Fuck you. So
I'm glad I got viewer discretion is a
he failed. I failed the cardiology part, right? I failed the cardiology part, and now look at me teaching ACLS and advanced cardiac life support. Who the fuck are you talking to?
Okay.
I just had a lot going on, and what was my?
But what did you do though? Don't forget about your vision board now. So
yeah, my vision board, manifesting it, my vision board, but I worked my ass off. Like
you
y'all
did.
understand, I don't stop.
That's the story I want you to tell.
I don't take no for an answer. I don't give a fuck how many. You can say no if you want to. I see you later. I see your ass at the top, bitch. Bye. See you. And I'll come back. You can say whatever. If you say no, then that just means I gotta figure out another fucking way. That's it. And I ain't going to sleep until I figure out another.
And she did. She worked really hard. And she don't talk to people. She'll tell you stuff after the fact what she went through. She ain't gonna tell you why she going through it. Nope. And so, but the fact that she came out on top, everything she went through, she talking about she failed it, she failed it, she failed that, but she's doing hella good.
Yeah, so, it took me a long time, but I got you.
But that's part of the whole journey, girl.
Yeah, so and now I'm here. I fell that one, but I know we ain't gotten to know the anything like that, but my downfall is these niggas.
These guys, these fellas, these guys.
These brothers. Okay. These brothers.
Okay.
Brothers. The brothers. Okay. The sirs. The bats. Okay.
Yeah. Let's get into that.
These eggplants.
That'd be a whole segment.
Right. My downfall. Trying to help them out. They don't be having their shit together. Who raised you, son? But
I know. That's the. Matter of fact, we talking about that in a minute. I wanted to actually. Okay, let's go back to your nursing, and I know this is not your specialty. Mm-hmm. This is not your specialty, okay? Mm-hmm. But I want you to try to give a little insight, a little bit on it. Just touch it, okay? Mm-hmm. But touch on it. Mm-hmm. Okay, neither of that. Okay, come on. This is also a part of my book that's going to be in the book, so I'm going to read this part. All right. I was having issues, but I didn't know how bad it was. I came out of the room and sat on the balcony. The quietness was awkward. If I could smell something, I knew he could. Damn, I thought. I know I showered before I came over. We sparked up a cigarette in silence. He then started to spark a conversation, and out of nowhere, he asked, "How do you tell a female about her hygiene?" He asked a question as if he was asking for a friend. I knew it. How embarrassing. So, what are some healthy ways that a female can maintain their pH balance? We live, don't forget. I've been on here so long, I forgot we was live.
No, for real. The best way to maintain your pH balance, though, is to have a healthier diet. So to not have all the sugars and to not have all, especially refined sugars and shit like that, to not have that kind of stuff, and to drink water. Drink water to even it out and not put things down there that shouldn't be down there. To be honest, people laugh at people that say that they don't wash their vagina with soap. And I don't know why, because you shouldn't wash your vagina with soap. You shouldn't. It cleans itself. And if you eat right, what you put in you comes out of you, regardless of whether it's your coochie or your asshole.
Your little mustard down there. Don't you got to
clean it? Or your pores.
You still got to hit the sides or something.
So your vagina is the inside of your body.
The inside. Yes. Okay, I got you.
But it's the inside of your vagina. Now listen though. See, this is why kids need sexual education, because it's not just about fucking, and that's the misconception, is that it's about sex. It's about having sex. It's not. It's about teaching these girls that you
keep your
wipe.
body clean.
Yes, keep your body clean, and you wipe from front to back. They don't know that, and you think they do, and they 20 in their 20s, and they don't know. They don't know to wipe from front to back. Like, so that's part of keeping your pH
And
balance.
and that's the thing. And they're scared to ask.
And they're scared to
talk to
ask.
people about it.
And they're scared to ask.
And that's
guess
sad.
what? But not only that, they still getting fucked.
They still haven't.
So when that happens, it's like, okay, well, it can't be that bad. Can't be that bad. I'm still, and they don't stop when they smell it. So hey,
they keep on going.
They keep on going.
Because you buy my book, you'll read and see.
They keep on going. Listen, Josh, you said Josh was listening. You said Josh was listening, girl. My coochie used to stink. Right. But I didn't know either. Shit.
We learn, you grow, you learn. Females, we should be able to come to each other and talk.
I used to dush to get rid of the smell. Like,
that's not good, because the dishes is you got to keep the bacteria in.
It makes it worse. I would dush to get rid of the smell so that when we had sex, it didn't smell. But then it would always come back, and then it'll come back.
And it's just because your balance is off. So now
because you don't know, But guess what? I also was like putting Wendy's burgers back like no tomorrow. And not
what you say? What's in that stuff? Talk about what you was talking about the other day about what's in the foods.
Oh, all the hormones.
The hormones
that's in the food. Yeah, like, and then eating all that processed food and drinking all the sugar and the sodas and all of that stuff. Like, I just didn't like. It's not that we don't know, because I think we do know. I think we just don't give a fuck. And I really think that's what it is. Like, I knew better. Like, I knew I should eat better, not necessarily.
Well, I didn't know food. I wouldn't have known foods did that.
No, I don't mean in that regards. I think we know better. We know
in general,
eating better in general.
Right.
Yeah, you should just be eating better in general. Absolutely. I think we know that part, and we just don't care.
Right, we need new animals. I'm tired. Yeah, tired of chicken, beef, all that. I went to lamb at one point.
Yeah, lamb is good.
Did. Lamb is good.
Yeah. Yep, but
and I watched Chef Ramsay, so I cook it like him. Got to baste it, but go ahead. Go ahead.
You put cheese on it, Marcia? I
put Parmesan cheese on it. Girl.
Salt beta cheese.
No, I don't put the big cheese. That ain't gonna be good on the meat.
Oh, okay. Per Chef Ramsay.
You gotta baste it. Rosemary, garlic.
Okay.
And now that I grew up, I don't want no chewy meat. So I do medium well done.
I know, me too, bitch. Like, I feel all grown.
I feel grown.
We used to talk about the others, well done. Now, I ain't eating. I don't want it bleeding though. I don't. If I'm cutting it and it bleed.
I don't want it to. I don't want it to be still moving. Or I don't want it to still do that.
I just need a little pink in the inside. But also that makes it better
it's tender.
Makes it better when you warm it up though. When it's a leftover and it's
because it's not cooked again, recooked. Wow. It does, and you got to put it back in on the stove though, and get that.
Hell yeah. That sounds good.
But you show right. That sounds good.
But yeah, that's exactly what it is though. Just what you put in, you comes out. Regardless, it comes out in your sweat. Like you know how people used to be like, "Ooh, he smelled like a wino." That's because all you do is goddamn drink, so it's gonna come out of his pores.
Right.
So what you put in you comes out. If you put things in you that's extra acidic, it's gonna mess up your pH balance, and your coochie gonna stink. And semen is one of those things that
I was gonna say that can offset you too. I talk about that in the book too.
Semen is one of the things that do it. And listen, stop letting these niggas put their kids in you. Period. Okay. At all. Why? Because they done changed the laws now. You can't go on down to the cliff.
Today is scary. Just like what Mel was saying before you.
Deal with that nigga forever. Okay? Ever. Dodged a few bullets in my lifetime, I know. So.
I love her. Okay, let me see what else I got for you. What
else you got?
Okay, we was talking about men, so now we're going back to men. But I did want to get that out there before we got here because we could talk about this. So, what do you think makes women more susceptible to manipulation by men?
They dumb.
Oh my gosh, I'm dumb.
Stupidity, ignorance, lack of intelligence.
I wouldn't say that because we've all been screwed up.
Yeah, we was dumb at the time.
We would be at
We were dumb.
You don't think that we was manipulated? I'm asking for a friend.
How you gonna be manipulated by somebody dumber than you though? Because they not that bright either. We were dumb, and we
see who in the comments right now talking about you.
I don't know about everybody else. For real, I don't know about everybody else. I know I was stupid.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Make dumb choices. Make stupid choices. Stupid decisions.
But because I did not know. That is literally the definition of being stupid or dumb or unintelligent or ignorant. Or ignorance. Ignorance is not bliss, and we've been taught
definitely not bliss.
And ignorance is not bliss, and we were ignorant. Like I was.
Well, it is bliss until it hits you, and it ain't bliss no more.
It's like, because now, when I look at things now that I'm older, I look at things. I wasn't manipulated. I don't really feel like I was manipulated. I feel like I didn't know what I needed to know.
The signs was there. We chose to ignore it.
And because I didn't know
I agree. I
fell victim to some bullshit. Because I didn't know for myself. And that's the problem.
Didn't love ourselves. That's what we was talking about previously.
We have to take accountability. And it really don't even come about, it don't even matter that you don't love yourself. It's not even about not loving myself. I loved myself. I just didn't know.
I don't think I love myself enough.
Take accountability. And it's like, take accountability. Like, come on now. Like,
accountability is a big one.
You saw what he was doing. And now that I think about it, I'm like, damn, like he really did manipulate me. I just chose not to fucking pay attention to the shit because I felt like I could change the nigga. Oh no, not me. Well, I'm super motherfucking Dave, to be honest. I can save any nigga if you ask me.
Any guy. Yep.
Damn. Okay. Any guy. any male. Any
brother.
Any brother. Any brother. I can save any brother, okay? I don't care what you going through, baby. I got you. It's just let me get my cape out the
super saver brother. Super saver brother.
Yeah.
No, but you see the potential. You see the more potential than they see in themselves. That's all.
Yes, but I really feel like I'm the shit though. That's not just that.
But I think we all should feel like that though.
Yeah, we should. But I really feel like I'm the shit so much that you're not ambitious. It's okay because I got enough for the both of us, and I'm gonna sprinkle a little of my ambition on you.
You know what? What you really make a man? The golden honey tricks. Right.
You gonna get up and get out something because I sprinkled you a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like
I can be a sugar mama.
Sprinkle me, baby, and then I become a motherfucking sugar mama because I wasn't paying attention to the fact that you ain't got shit because you ain't want shit. Not because you couldn't do it, because you can, you don't want to, and you ain't got to because you
don't feel like that was a manipulation at all. That they manipulated the situation.
No, because they showed me they didn't have shit. Where was the manipulation?
It goes back to you was saying I'm just being dumb.
Goes back to me taking accountability and being ignorant and not paying attention.
I'm with that.
And not knowing the signs,
or not caring, or overlooking
it because of whatever the hell I got going on, and what I think I'm gonna get out of it, and what I think I can do because I'm the shit. Basically.
Okay.
No, I really don't like.
You ain't going nowhere because I'm it. Smell my hand. Remember that?
And, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but toot because they don't go nowhere. They don't want to leave me. But who the fuck would want to leave somebody that take care of every goddamn thing?
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to leave me.
Can I come move with you?
I wouldn't want to leave me either. Okay, so dumb. And that's how I would think. You know what I mean? That's how I would think. And look how dumb that sounds. Well, bitch, why would you want to leave? You take care of everything.
So owning, taking responsibility.
Taking accountability, taking responsibility for your own shit, and calling other motherfuckers out on their bullshit. And that's really all.
Calling people out though, but sometimes does it matter if they're not going to even? You know what? Sometimes it's like, is it pointless?
I think it matters. I think it matters because
you think they'll pay attention later.
No. It ain't even about them paying attention. It matters to me because I need to speak up for myself. And if I make a habit of not speaking up for myself, that's not a good thing.
Okay,
I gotta speak up for myself and say, look,
regardless if they receive it or not.
Regardless, it don't matter. Because in the end, I know I did everything I could. I know I said something. Communication is always the key. Whether you understand it or not, I communicated it, and comprehension is a big part of communication. So yeah, I want you to understand it, but shit, I know you don't understand it, and I'm okay with that. But let me communicate it with you. So in the end, you know that I tried.
Right, right.
And let's move on. Now we ain't got shit to talk about. Don't talk to me now because I communicated with you back then and you ain't had nothing to say. Stand on that. All 10 toes.
That contract too. You
But
got
you
one
know
of them.
what?
If I ain't even gonna bring it up because I can't pull it up for the people. But she wrote out a whole contract. Y'all, I'm leave it alone. Leave it alone. We're gonna move right along.
Listen, sorry, I need you to put your John Hancock right here. Okay?
The fact that he signed it was enough for me.
And that's what I'm talking about. How can you be manipulated by a nigga dumber than you, a brother?
You tell him he can't drink, he can't smoke, he can't do nothing.
You can't do a motherfucking thing. And if you renege on it,
If you
within
do,
24 hours, you need to vacate the premises. And I don't want to hear no shit. I don't
if
want
y'all need the contract, let me know. I'll send y'all the contract.
nothing. Okay, I don't want to hear shit. And if you got something to say, and if you make a scene, I'm gonna call them motherfucking peoples. Them peoples. They gonna come and get you. Okay, that's it. I ain't got time. We ain't got time for the play. We not doing that today.
Okay. Okay, what do you think females should do differently when being pursued by men or vice versa? Like, what do you think we should do different when we're being pursued? Like, to make sure we ain't dealing with the bull crap. And if we knew it, we would be in relationships, right? So what?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you say?
Bitch, I'm dealing with some bullshit as we speak. So you want to ask me?
Well, you learn from it. So, but you know now,
No,
like,
yeah,
so
yeah,
what?
yeah. I do learn from it, and then I do things differently. Like I try to do things
Right.
differently every time. And then and the older I get, shit, I got less patience any motherfucking way. So
Yeah, the older we get,
it'd be like wrap it up,
we
honey.
want
I
to
ain't
deal
got
with.
time.
That's absolutely true.
But really, it is the interview process, the vetting process. But then people lie, so it's like, okay, well, I mean, to be honest, I feel like put their asses in the fire. Put them in the fire. Like put them in the fire.
Do.
Yeah, see what they do.
Like Meshach, Mediac, and Modigo. I mean, Billy Goat. What's his name? Meshach. Put them in the fire with all three of them.
Shadrach, Meshach, and the
Billy Goat. There you go.
And the Billy Goat too. Billy Goat. That nigga about to be some fried lamb or whatever you gonna base the Billy Goat. We gonna base that nigga.
Girl. Okay.
But yeah, I think it's the vetting process. I really do. I think it's the vetting process and making motherfuckers really prove they are who they say they are. And I think people in general, especially men, especially black men,
making them prove who they say they are.
Like it's like make them prove. But I even hate saying that because nobody should have to prove.
But
and it's fucked up.
Maybe it's just the way you said it. I get what you're saying though.
People aren't transparent. People are honest, but they're not transparent. Like if I ask you a question and you tell me the truth, thank you for being honest. But being transparent means I don't have to ask you.
And I shouldn't have to dig for the answers.
And I shouldn't have to dig. And then, especially when we're grown, I shouldn't have to dig for information. Just tell me and let me choose to deal with it or not. If I want to deal with it, I'll deal with it. If I don't feel like dealing with it, I don't feel like dealing with it. But you definitely ain't gonna come with some bullshit and some bad dick. No, you can't. Pick a struggle, baby. You can't be broke. And look, you better learn how to fuck for a living if that's the case, because you could live off of, like, because we do. If the dick is good, we'll put up with some shit for a long time if the dick is good. Now, so
and manipulate. That's when that dumbness come on. We ain't manipulating.
Thank you.
We desmatized.
Thank you. And we got all the names for it in the world. We want to call it everything but what it is.
What it is.
Desmatized if you want to. No, bitch, you're just being dumb. You're just being dumb and not realizing that dick is a dime a dozen. That same dick gonna be attached to somebody else, and can be attached to somebody that's gonna treat you right, that's gonna respect you, that's gonna provide for you, that's gonna protect you, that's gonna honor you, that's gonna do all the things that you want him to do. That same piece of dick can be attached to that, but you don't want that. You don't want that. You want to be yelled at and screamed at, and for what?
I hate that we everybody's different, right? Mm-hmm. So I hate that I had to hit to be, you don't have to hit like rock bottom per se, or just kind of like for me to get it, for me to wake up, to be appreciative, because I you said it's not about loving yourself, but to me it is part of that too, because if I don't love myself enough, how can I expect you to love? People see you how you see yourself. So if I'm not loving myself, first of all, I love myself. I ain't allowing you to do that to me, because I love me, and I want somebody to treat me like I'm gonna treat me. So if you can't treat me like I'm gonna treat me, you know what I'm saying, then we can't do this. And I don't think I was in a space where I really loved myself as much. I mean, I love, you can say I love myself, but really deep down, do you really? Like, what do you not like about yourself, Sia? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is it about yourself?
Okay, so but what does that have to do? What does that have to do with being? So somebody said that not long ago to me, a life coach. I was talking to a life coach, and that's what she said. She was like, "Okay, boy, you don't think you're worth da 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 da. You don't think like it's about your worth, your self-worth, and you don't think you're worth this, and you don't think you're worth that." I really don't feel like that's true. I don't feel like that's true. I know what I'm worth. I know what I'm worth, so much so that I feel like I'm the shit enough to help you, to help this person, or to build this person up, or to help this person recreate who they become, or who they are, or whatever the case may be. I feel like I'm the shit enough to do
so
that.
you don't have that issue, but a lot of people like myself, that was part of it. So your problem wasn't that you didn't love yourself. So
but
you
I
know
don't feel
mean?
like it's about that. I feel like it's about making a conscious effort. I feel like it's about making a conscious effort to figure out what it is you want, what it is you need, and go for it. When it comes to relationships, like being pursued. Like most women are like,
one-sided though. It's one-sided. What about when it's one-sided?
What do you mean when
you said being intentional and going for what you want and what you? But what if I'm doing that, but that person ain't wanting it? They're not feeling that same. Going for what I know, you know.
Yeah,
what I mean?
But you're gonna figure that out, and when you find that out, that's when you cut the shit off and don't wait long, don't wait forever, because then you waste time. So when you figure that out, you cut it off. And people say, "Oh well, if you don't love yourself, then you're not gonna cut it out." It's not about loving yourself; it's about knowledge. So when you figure things out and you have that knowledge, then cut it off. Now, if you choose not to cut it off because you love the other person, that doesn't mean that I don't love myself because I love the other person. That means I love myself, but I also love this other person. And you got to weigh the options. It's about pros and cons. So weigh the options.
Touche. Okay, we can. I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from. But I still agree that I still think that loving myself, because I know once I moved to Virginia and I got my, I was discombobulated mentally. So at that time, once I got myself together, I know what I ain't dealing with, because I know what I'm worth. I know now I'm thinking like you're thinking. See, I wasn't there because I've been beat down. You got 4 kids. Who gonna want you? Who gonna want? When you hear that, and when y'all hear about that in the other story. Later, but once you hear all of that stuff and you just start really questioning yourself, when you just hear it over the course of years, it beats you down, like, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I say that. Yeah, and that's how I was feeling. But right.
No, I'm not saying no. So I'm not saying that people don't feel that way. I think people do feel that way, but I think
they're looking at it in a different way.
Yeah, I think that looking at it differently, because I'm not going to tell myself that I don't love myself. I'm
not gonna tell myself that.
And I don't think that I'm worth it, because that's why I'm like this. Like, and because that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that. That's why
those thoughts might come in. You ain't even. No, I ain't gonna lie. Those thoughts have. You're not worth it. I've had those thoughts, but you know what? You pick them. You put them back.
Like, I've had those thoughts about.
But you put them back.
Things. But yeah, you move that to the back. But like. Telling somebody, okay, well, you don't love yourself. That's why niggas treat you the way they treat you, because you don't love yourself. You don't feel like you're worth it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. That's why people that's the reason why somebody's treating you like that.
Sis, that's not the reason why. The reason is because I don't have the guidance and the knowledge that it takes to really properly vet somebody, and to properly interview a man, and to properly and to see what he is bringing to the table, or what he is actually doing. I don't have that knowledge base, and I don't have that guidance from a woman older than me saying, no, so what he do now? Okay, yeah, no, that's not good. You need to let that go. You need to let that go.
What if you did? Because you know how my mom is. You guys are princesses, and you guys are queens.
Well, that's a lie too. But that's a lie.
You guys are all princesses. You guys are princesses. You should be treated like a princess. Here comes Vicky.
But that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem in the community, though. That's part of the problem.
So I tell my kids that they're. So why is that a problem?
You're not a princess, though. You're not.
So why would you say that? So why would you say that?
Huh?
So why would you say they're not?
You're not a princess. You're not a princess.
My mama said it.
Your
Now why
mama
not?
said
Why I'm
it.
not?
She
Now why I'm
did.
not?
And now look at us, untold stories of a Christian.
Now why I'm not?
Unsolved Christian mysteries and shit. Like, you know what I'm
That's why I
saying?
put on a podcast. Look, me and her gonna agree to disagree on that one.
See?
But look, so that's
No,
tell
you're
them
not
no.
like
Go back
you're
to
not a
why,
princess.
not
Okay,
not
so
telling they
like,
princess. Yeah,
because we're telling girls that they're princesses, but we're not telling little boys. Because I'm a boy mom. I don't have a daughter, right?
and I'm a boy mom, so you
Right.
know
So
our kids
your
are
daughter's
the
a
same age.
princess, but so your daughter's a princess, and
And the boys
and
are
my son,
princesses.
and my
And the
son
boys
got to
are,
work his ass off to keep her at princess status.
no, but he's a prince too. So why can't he be? I told you guys, you do kings and queens. You guys are royalty. You guys should
Yes,
be
but
treated first.
as being royalty, that means the king and queen that made you is supposed to make you feel like that, not the outsiders.
Because
Because
it's not their responsibility.
it's not their responsibility. And guess what? Just like your mom and daddy telling you a princess and a prince, his mom and daddy telling his ass the same shit.
So he's like, what you gonna do for me?
What you gonna do for her? So now what?
Okay, it's a different way to look at it. It's a different way to look at it. Great discussion. I like to get some people's
That's why we're
feedback
not
on that.
holding ourselves accountable, because we princesses. I'm a princess. Why the fuck I gotta be accountable? Somebody else is accountable for it, not me, because I'm a princess. I'm royalty.
I think when you say that, it's more or less like, because I think of myself in a I'm not regular.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna put up with your crap.
Nobody is
I don't
regular.
think if I need you to treat me like I'm a princess. I think it's more or less like I'm not gonna allow you to treat me like crap because I'm worth more than that.
Right. No,
But that's what is
true.
meant by
That's
you're a
true,
princess
but
and you're
like it's a worth thing. I don't feel like it's a worth thing. You shouldn't be treating nobody like fucking crap. And it's not that I'm worth more than the next broad. It's you shouldn't be treating none of us like crap. You're treating us like crap because of unresolved motherfucking traumas and issues that you got. Nigga, you need therapy. Like, you don't need, like, cause you, like, I'm not the only person. Like, you know, I feel like I'm like, you know, I'm not average too. You know what I'm saying? But I really feel like I'm a god. Everybody's a god. Like, nobody else is average either. You know what I'm saying? Especially people of color. Like, we just not average. It ain't even in our DNA to be average. And you can tell that by just having social media nowadays and how things go on social media and influencing and things like that. They always trying to take from us because we not average. We just not made that way. And I feel like that in my soul. And we'll never be made that way. Because this melanin, when they say melanin popping, it's popping. Like, melanin is expensive in itself. Melanin is expensive. People are paying for the melanin that's in your skin, and they're paying top dollar for it. It's more expensive than gold. So, like, nah, ain't none of us regular when you put it like that. But don't tell my black boy that he got to jump through hoops and da 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 da. Because
but that's not what when somebody says,
I know that, but don't tell him that because you fell for the okie doke. That ain't his fault. That ain't his fault. Go ask your mama.
I think it depends on how it's perceived then. So if
perception
he's going to you and say, well, buy my do this, pay my rent because I'm a princess, so you should pay my rent. That's different.
Perception is everything, but that's what princess treatment is, though. Like, that's like being a kept woman. If I'm a kept woman, I'm a kept woman.
I guess to each his own, but each his perception. I guess, yeah. I see your point.
I mean, the mentality of being a princess, like, that literally is the mentality of being royalty. Like, I mean, when you look at the queen, and like when you look at royal families, they got a certain mentality. They don't act like everybody else, and they get treated royally. So to say that, I mean, I don't know. I tell my son that he a god and he's a king. So kings are leaders. Kings rule. Kings make decisions. Kings are you know, they stand their ground. Kings create structure. Kings create discipline. Miss Vicky, hey.
Now you knew she was coming. She ain't Tina Turner no more.
Now I don't want to talk no more. Shoot. No. But yeah, but that, like, I tell them that, like, kings create structure. Kings bring discipline. Kings are disciplined. They create structure. Like, they create the world around them, and other people live in it. Now, princes and princesses, they don't create the world around them. They're not leaders. They're following the leadership of the king and the queen, and the world that the king and the queen made for them.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Why?
Because
look, she gonna say, "Don't let me stop you." What you got to say, Miss Nikki?
Now,
coming creeping in.
Right.
A princess to me holds herself up to a certain standard. That's what I meant by you're a princess.
You're a princess.
You don't take anything from anybody. Just like you say, a king goes out and he creates structure and he provides for his family.
You were the queen. Yes, you were the queen that provided that for them. When I'm talking about when it's outside, so yeah, you should have a certain level of standard. Everybody needs a certain level of standard.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you shouldn't take anything from anybody. But when you say princess, it creates a certain mentality, and that's what I was telling.
That's what she was like. That's what we were just discussing. So when she say princess, she's thinking like, so you expect my son to treat you on this princess? What about my son? He's a prince. Like,
absolutely.
And why should
that means that you both
my
are at a certain
to treat
standard.
you like a princess.
Right.
But
that's also where you got the Christian. That's where it comes when being equally yoked. We're not taught how to properly be equally yoked, and we're not taught how to properly vet people to be equally yoked. We look at it a lot of times as, okay, well, they're Christian too, so we okay.
But they're still not equally yoked just because you're Christian.
And it's not it, because you got finances, you got communication, you got
different levels of that. Yeah,
you got discipline, you got how they raise their kids. It's levels to this, but we're not taught that. So because we're not taught that, we go out into the world and we feel like we were manipulated. We weren't manipulated. We didn't have the knowledge.
Now, I agree with you about not being manipulated. You have to allow somebody to come in and take advantage of you.
To take advantage.
Now,
you need the knowledge to not do that.
Some people have a weaker mentality.
Until
they build themselves up or they come to the knowledge, okay, this is not what I'm not dealing with this anymore.
Yeah.
Now you're going into the, okay, let's do this. So, let me see what your people did. Y'all?
No, that ain't it.
Where's your stuff at?
She trying to look at my comments. They right here. Hold on.
No comments. You got people that are actually talking to you guys.
Oh, I can't see no.
That's what you're supposed to be on here doing. Here they go right here. So I already talked to
JJ.
You
ain't doing it right. Get up, Miss Vicky. Get up. She ain't doing it right.
Y'all supposed to be doing this. My team.
I didn't know. I can't pull it up like that. Like,
very good information. Hey, that's Sparkle. I was going on, but we was in a deep conversation. I haven't even had a chance to even look at the conversation.
Yeah, people are out there saying, "Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's good information."
It covers up my whole
thing about that smell. I was like,
"Oh, you heard about that?"
And I think you need to repeat that information you were telling them about all these different diseases that these kids are catching. But I just popped in to see.
You know what? Miss Vicky, you remember when I did that song with JJ now? You were talking about me? Talking about I don't know, but I won choir leader of the year every year for the last 30 years. What you said, Miss Vicky? Praise team leader.
She calling you out
or something. Miss Vicky say that wasn't me.
You know what? I admire you because no matter what you wanted to do, you went after it.
Yep.
Yeah.
You went after it. So you can live your life.
At least once.
That's why she on here. That's why she one of the best things.
See you, Miss Vicky.
Hey, Tanika, look. Now I can see the people. Look, it's 3 hours in. Now I'm looking at it. Hey, Tanika.
Right.
Mama said, "Hey, Ray." Hey, Sparkle. And then my cousin Linda said, "Very good information." Absolutely. Must have been talking about the JJ.
Oh, the Jesus.
You knew you were worse, but your spirit was weak. That's right.
Yeah, see, it's just about knowledge, and it's about mental health. Like, that is so big in the Black community. Like, we don't go.
Oh, that's really big in the Black community. We don't
go to therapy. Like, you crazy.
Sweep it under the rug.
Right? You know you crazy. Go see somebody now.
I've
Stop.
been
Like,
trying to get on
that's
people's couches,
accountability.
not just lay on any
Accountability.
couch. I said, I've been trying to get on somebody's couch, not just lay on anybody's couch and just start
Listen,
talking.
anybody. Shit, at this point, just talk to me. Then I just caught.
When I was 3, you listening? When I was 3, no.
Listen, that's like, you know, I'll call you in the middle of the night. See, you sleep. I know you sleep. Bitch, get up. I gotta talk
Okay.
now.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
like, I gotta talk. You ain't gotta say nothing. Stay there and be asleep. And when you wake up, hang up the phone. Hell, I'm just gonna talk because I need to talk.
Look, I'm gonna bring on Megan while we on. And
Okay.
then we can end it. We can end it when she comes on. Talk, kind of bring in. I'm ready.
What does this say? Oh, okay.
All right. I think I have one more question for you. It's always good. First of all, me and you had a whole live last night.
For real. For real. They can they can't even
That one couldn't have. No, that one couldn't. I'm telling you, unfiltered. That was unfiltered. But the way, just know that she's the reason why I've even started. I even put out my first book. Okay, you see how hardcore she is. She gangster.
What? I am
She
kind.
gangster, honey.
I is kind. I is intelligent or smart. What the hell she say? I is kind. I is nice. I is all the things. Okay. All of the things.
I'm kind. I'm not. Oh, let me let her know that I did put her
all of the things.
All of it.
No, sir.
All of it. Sorry, I'll just bust on the
all
bridge.
of the things. I am all of the things.
Where is 7 at? Where's Kobe? I wish she was.
Where
I'll bring
DJ?
her on.
Why
Where
is she
at?
not? Is she not looking? Is she not viewing?
She's okay. She's coming. I wanted you to explain something.
Huh?
I wanted you to explain something. Let me see.
What you want me to explain? Oh, listen, I wanted to say because I wrote. Am I supposed
Yes.
to?
No, please do. No, go ahead.
So look, one thing that I did want to say about the mortality rate of Black women, like it's a lot. We're dying for real, dying. And in 2021 alone, 362 moms died, Black moms, from giving birth.
That's why y'all know it's something. It's something going on.
And when 362 moms died, 517,889 babies were born. And so that's how many moms gave birth, right? Out of those moms that gave birth, 362 of them died. That made the mortality rate for that year 69.9%. So down near 70% of the moms that gave birth, like 69.9% was that mortality rate for the year. Like that's crazy. That's
ridiculous.
But at some point, it's gonna be one mom per 100,000 per delivery. What then? What?
And why is it mainly in Georgia? Is it all over, or is it just
no?
Mainly
This is across the country. This ain't just in Georgia.
Oh,
This is the country.
That's scary. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was scared to give birth when I was in Arkansas. For some reason, I felt
you
like
should be, especially in fucking Arkansas.
Yeah. Where's my viewer discretion is advised thing?
Yeah, it's country. It's country as fuck. Like it's country as fuck. And that's not to say that they don't have good doctors. That's not to say that their doctors didn't get the same education or their nurses didn't get the same education. One, it's in the South, and that's enough to be scared. That's enough to be scared to be outside at night. If you ask me.
Right.
So.
It was scary though. Arkansas alone, I was scared. I felt like the doctors are different.
Different.
And they always wanted you to give. I wanted to do vaginal, even with the twins, but it was more or less they always was pushing people to do cesarean.
So when it comes, one, they get paid more. One, especially if you got Medicaid. Medicaid does not pay any money, and they pay double for a C-section than they do for a vaginal delivery. So when it comes to pockets, hell yeah, I'm gonna get you to have a C-section. Why would I? Why wouldn't I? Right? Vegas, what's up, baby? But not only that, when it comes to delivering twins, you got to remember too: are both of the twins head down? Is one of them gonna come out vaginally? And then something happens. Now we gotta rush you to the OR to do a C-section. We don't want to have to do that. And then if we just let you do what you want to do, you don't know that part. So now you want to sue me because you had to have an emergency C-section. We don't want that liability either. We still got licenses to protect y'all. So you got to think about that part. But that's what the doulas know. And doulas know how to explain that to you so that you can say, okay, so what can we do so that I can try to have a vaginal delivery with my twins? And you know what happens when you do that? You open up the conversation and the doctor can say, okay, well, since baby A is head down, and baby B is head down, but that doesn't guarantee that baby B is going to stay head down once baby A comes out. We're going to vaginally deliver baby A in the OR just in case. And that way, if something happens, we're not trying to rush to get you down to the OR and save your life and your baby's life. Because somebody might not make it. Hell, both of y'all might not make it. And now what?
That's sad. People, this supposed to be a joyous. You can't go in there giving babies and scared.
Well, I mean, you know what it takes to deliver a baby like that. Look at what your body goes through, like all the things that your body go through.
No, but the fact that why come it's just the black females though? That's what I guess the scary part is what I'm saying.
Well, that's
or
more,
a color.
That's not more. That's more of racism. That's more of the socioeconomic system. That's more of the other disparities, the racial disparities in healthcare. That's preventable stuff. Like these numbers are all this is from preventable shit. Like this is like stuff. Okay, well, she didn't know the signs and symptoms of preeclampsia, and her blood pressure got so high that she blew that fucking baby out, and that baby didn't make it. Like that's because she didn't know the signs and symptoms of preeclampsia. But that's because she didn't know, but she's getting her labs drawn, and the doctor's not paying attention to her lab work because she don't know. So whatever. or she Hispanic or African and don't speak English, and I'm not about to take the time to get an interpreter to explain this to her because it's gonna take too much time. So whatever. That's people not caring. These are all things that could be prevented. This is why these moms are dying from preventable things. These numbers don't even have nothing to do with the moms that actually have health issues that pass away. So
it's just alarming. And so it's just, but I'm sure it's not just us that don't know what's going on, is it? Or it's just us who don't ask questions?
It's not just us that don't know what's going on, but you got to remember the racial part of it. So it's not just us that don't know what's going on, but I'm going to care for this white lady more. I'm going to give her better care than I give you. So you can keep pushing that button all you want to. Stop calling me. I'm not going in there right now. I'm going to go care for this woman over here instead. It's that part of it. So...
Well, that's why the doula is important. So you need to let those people know again how to join and how to join your class and sign up for it.
Okay. Well, you know what I'm saying? Just hit me in the DM, baby. Come on over to the Instagram. And it is.
What's your name on Instagram? You should have put it on the thing. Hold on.
I tell you, shorty. I don't know how to do that.
Okay, I put it in the chat. Put it in the chat when you're done, so that way they'll know.
Okay, well, it's Nurse Callie Rain. Nurse, like nurse is spelled N-U-R-E.
And Callie, like Callie.
Like Callie is spelled C-A-L-I. Rain, but not like rain is spelled R-A-Y-N.
There you go.
Yep.
All right, is there anything else you would like to tell the people? Because we've been talking, girl.
I know, we have been talking. You did have something on there about talking about how give them a sneak peek about living in Virginia, but I don't think you want to do that.
Okay, we'll wait next time.
Miss Vicky be listening.
We'll do that on the podcast.
Either because Miss Vicky be listening. I don't want
that. Look at Megan. Let me unmute Megan. Hold on. Let me unmute her so she can. There we go.
Megan, what's up? How you doing?
What's up? What's up?
How you doing?
Can y'all hear me pretty good? Because we're in the truck.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
I can hear me on your end too.
Are you echoing?
Uh-huh. It's okay. We good. All right, Ray. Well, yeah, we're gonna do that on the podcast, Ray.
Oh, look.
We don't already talk enough because we know who's listening. No, I'm kidding.
You gonna get a whooping when you get off of here.
Oh no, she would have whooped me when she read it already. Thank you for joining, Ray. Don't forget to go in there and put your information and also where to sign up for your class.
Okay, I will. All right, y'all. Bye.
All right, bye. Hey,
Hey, best friend.
best friend, my other best friend right here, y'all.
Yes, you'll have to excuse me because I am in the truck. We're on our way to the casino trying to win some
I'm
money.
just okay. I'm just appreciative that you're doing this for me.
I know you are, of course.
Okay, so I ain't gonna hold you too long. Okay. First of all, this is my best friend from Arkansas. That's a whole nother book in the future. Okay.
That's right.
Okay. So I want to let the people know what project are you working on right now? Because I know you're also writing a book.
I am. So there's a couple of things I'm working on that are underway. One being my book. I don't want to go into too much detail about that yet.
Okay.
And also, I'm working on starting and launching my own podcast.
Yes, I knew about that. That's
Yes,
something
girl.
good.
And then, I had spoke to you a little bit about the daycare, about
That's a great
going
idea.
into that.
Don't
So
tell
we got a
nobody. I
couple
want them to
of,
do it. Yeah.
yes, girl. Nothing to it but to do it.
Okay. Okay. Now, I think the daycare is awesome. We're not going to get into detail, but just know that that's
Oh,
the
girl. Right.
okay. So, I want us to talk about because you know me from right before I moved here, so you knew my mental state and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
So, when I first wanted to write the book, what did you? I want you to tell a little bit. Tell a little bit about me because you know me. You can give a little bit of insight about how it was when I first wanted to write the book and all that.
Okay. When you told me that you wanted to write a book, after knowing you, for so many years, I knew it was going to be a seller. Because, girl, you have been through some things. And,
We all have.
just knowing who you are and how spiritual you are, I knew that a book would be perfect for you. And I knew that you would touch a lot of lives with that book. So I was very excited. I knew that was something you were called to do for sure.
Oh, and I said the same thing about you. So y'all better be ready for her book. When I tell y'all, she's also for y'all. I want y'all to understand. Her name Megan, ain't it?
My name Megan, ain't it?
Her name Megan, ain't it?
And
So
it ain't
Megan right
spelled like
here, she was
Megan.
part of my creative editing. She was my editor. She's really good. She's really smart. So
Thank
she
you,
helped
friend.
me create. She was my creative editor. So she also is in my book. So I do appreciate her for that.
Of course. I was honored to do it for you. Seriously.
And me and you, because the whole book is about spiritual journeys and that sort of thing. Let's talk about how we wanted to do something different and how we would do our vision boards. Like, tell the people how important just, having that vision.
Well, for one, in order to have a vision, right, there is a type of spiritual journey that you do have to walk through in order to perceive and view things from a spiritual aspect. Because you and I know that not everybody views things the same way.
Right.
So in watching that journey and how much we have in common in the way that we think and the way that we view people and, all of those things, just amazing. And besides that, like I said, you don't meet a lot of people who have that spirituality, that mindset, that I don't know what you want to call it, because it's more than just a mindset.
It's more of a that will, that ambition to want to do it.
Yes, that
Okay.
part, that part.
But you've been when me and you first clicked, you just, I don't know, we've always, like, you have like this old soul. Like,
You
and
have
we've
always
always
said
clicked.
that.
You have like this old soul. We've just always clicked. And every time God brings people in my life, it's I know he did it. I know it wasn't somebody
Yes,
after it. I know they meant to be. And you can tell
right.
when someone's seasonal or if they're just for a lifetime. And
Yeah.
you're definitely one of my lifetimers. So
And you better know it.
okay. Okay, so first of all, me and her, we both have twins. So the funny story is when I lived in Arkansas, it was three of us in one State Farm office that had twins. So when Megan was pregnant, we would always joke and say, "Oh, Megan, you're gonna have twins," and we would like do this thing on her stomach. I used to say, "You're gonna have twins." She's like, "Don't put that on me." End up going to the doctor. She sends us a message saying, I'm thinking she's joking, saying a baby A and a baby B. I was like, "No, she's playing with us." I said, "Lo and behold, and look at that. She's she has twins as well. She has one boy and one girl." So I just think that is so funny and so hilarious how we both have twins. Um,
That was pretty wild. And our coworker did too. So
yeah,
all
she was
three of us in there had twins.
all three of us in one office, and people would come into State Farm and say, I they will come in and say, "I don't want none of y'all water. I don't want what y'all drinking in
Yeah,
here.
yeah. They
But
be
if
like, we
y'all
gotta
having
get
twins
hurry
like
up and
that,
get
I
the
don't
hell
want
out of here. It's Twin City in here.
get me out of here." Um,
No, for real, but that was wild. That was crazy.
it was, and that's also part of your spiritual journey because you had them early. So what? But before we get into that, I want you to just tell me what is the hardest part? Would you say of being on a spiritual journey?
Ooh. I don't want to be cliche, but definitely the test.
Going
The
through the
test
fire.
of the test are the hardest. You know, I just had a test yesterday, as a matter of fact. But those tests, and especially after failing the test, having to retake the test,
Gotta retake the test.
yes, and
And you want to make sure you
identifying that it
pass
is
the
a
next time.
test to begin with, yeah,
Okay, that is, I would say that too. Just going through it,
yeah,
um, being in that gray area and having to wait on Mel's interview. She said the same thing. Having to like the timing is the hardest part for me.
yeah.
So yeah, definitely. So what is your perception of choices and consequences? Because I always say to every choice there's a consequence. You got to be careful of the choices.
I'm right there with you. Every choice does have a consequence, whether good or bad. You know,
And I think that even if you make that wrong choice, God already knew you was gonna make that wrong choice. He already
that's
opened
right.
up the door, open up a window. So that door might be closed, but it was a window for you to get on up out of there.
Always, always.
Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so my thing is, what is your thoughts on owning? I was just talking about this with Ray. What is your thoughts on owning your shit and taking responsibility for your actions? Like just owning it.
I mean, to be honest with you, I've never really had issues with owning my shit
No, you haven't.
because I've always felt a conviction when I'm doing something I have no business doing or saying something I have no business saying. And so that feeling that you get, that the knots in your stomach, like, okay, you probably shouldn't have done that, or you probably shouldn't have said that. It's pretty much what guides me back to where I need to be. And I've actually learned to trust those things too.
That's a biggie. Learning to know and recognize it.
Yes.
Because a lot of
Yes.
times you're like,
100%.
oh man, I had that feeling, but I ignored it. And now look.
And you know, when I was younger, I did because I didn't really know what that voice was. It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't up until I was in my 30 that I realized, okay, this little voice guides me somewhere. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's the thing too. When you I guess the older we get, the more we're able to recognize it and understand what it
Yes.
is.
It's harder to ignore when you get older
It
because
is.
you know better.
So let me ask you this. Could you date a man that's not on the same spiritual level? I actually was just talking to Ray about this.
No,
Okay.
no.
I don't think I could
I would
either.
like to be. I would like to be equally yoked.
We was just
Um,
talking about that. There's a difference
yeah,
between being equally yoked. Just because you're a Christian doesn't mean we're equally yoked. That's what Ray was just saying. You got to go back and listen to her say.
you're absolutely right. No, Now, an equally
Mhm.
yoked has nothing to do with color or any of that,
Any of that.
but you do need to be on the same spiritual wavelength. Absolutely.
I agree. I agree. Let me put
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, I'm not even messing with anything outside of that. No.
Okay, I'm with you on that because to me, it's just like, how can I let you lead me? If I can't trust you, how can I let you lead my household and lead me and my kids? Because I'm
Mm-mm.
a strong believer in letting the man lead.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're not on the same spiritual wavelength, he can't lead you anywhere but to despair. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
not despair. Okay,
Chaos.
definitely
No,
despair. And
we're not
I'm
doing
tired of
that.
being in the wilderness.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
would you say in a relationship is sex important in a relationship? Yeah.
Yes.
Do you think that
Yes.
if it wasn't involved at all, do you think that you could connect with somebody if it was just completely off the table?
I mean, yeah, I guess you could, but
But if it's not, if that's not up to par, it could lead to cheating. Is that what
it
you're?
could.
That's what I'm thinking in
Yes.
my head. It can. Yeah.
But when it comes
It's
to
not
sex, I mean, you can teach your partner, and you
that kind
can
of
make
thing.
that work. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm telling you what, because I'm moving to Virginia, me doing this whole thing, I had to pray, for God to take all of those feelings and everything away because, yeah, I was
Yeah.
one of those people. So I
No,
had to
I'm
pray and
right
say,
there
you
with
got to
you.
bring me in and remove it for the right person. When the right person comes, I'll know.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. Okay, so when you're dating somebody, how do you think that it's important for them to have goals or have dreams?
100%.
Okay,
Very
I agree.
important. Yes.
I agree.
Yes. If you have no goals and no ambition, I mean, where are we going in life?
Where are we going together? Right. And then where am I going with you? Because if I have dreams and goals and you don't have dreams and goals, you're going to be pulling me down as I'm trying to go up. That ain't going to work
Yeah, it doesn't work. That
at
goes
all.
back to the being equally yoked. All of that goes into that category.
Yep. And I asked this question is because, well, one more question, then I'll go into this passage. Um, can you get the feel of a person within 6 months? Do you think that you can kind of get an idea about a person?
You can get an idea about a person, but you don't know a person after 6 months.
Okay.
No
I
way.
agree.
It takes time to get to. You got to see a person in every season
Every
in life.
season,
Yes, before you truly know who they are. Because
I
people put
agree.
on a good front. I mean, you know this.
Oh, girl, I know. And
And
then
they
you
can put
want
on
that
a front for a
representative,
long
should be a
time.
whole 4 years. That's what
Yes.
gets me.
Yes.
But
Yes.
it's like, how do you pull that out of a person to try to get to know who they are? I think that's the hardest part. If I got to pull something out of you, I don't want to be with you. I
No.
feel like if you can't open me, then we just not meant to be. And it's okay. You know what I mean? It's
And that's
okay.
okay. Right.
It's no hard feelings. That just means you're not the one. That's it.
Next.
So I'm going to read chapter 10. It kind of goes along with some of the questions I was asking you.
Okay.
Okay. Aaron and I met up a few more times. He invited me to a Super Bowl party, and he was about 11 years older than me at the time. He was well put together, had a nice job, had his own place. He was so fine. Aaron worked in real estate and he was trying to get his own business off the ground. And I remember Aaron invited me out. I turned him down. I assumed all he wanted from me was sex because that's what I was used to. I think I sabotaged that potential relationship because of the way it started. Self disappointment is the worst. I subconsciously thought I didn't deserve this great guy I met one night at a bar. for the first time in a long time, a guy I had strong chemistry with wanted to take me on a real date with real people around. I wanted to secretly scream, "Ooh, he got money." So, do you think we sabotage relationships because it's something we've gotten used to? Oh, you breaking up? You going in the bad area? Did you hear me? Sorry, y'all. We having a bad connection. Sorry, y'all. We having a bad connection. When she come back on, ooh, can you hear me, May? All right, we're gonna have to bring May back in, y'all.
Yeah.
Let me see. You there, Megan?
I
Oh, that's okay. We'll bring her back in. I am going to bring Ebony in. Let me see if she's back. Yeah, she's off. Oh, let me bring. Okay, so we had to come back to Mel. Let me see. Yep, she's gone. We'll bring her back on. Hopefully, we don't have but a few minutes left, you guys. Ebony, Ebony, are you there? See, I don't know if Ebony's there or not. I do have her unmuted. But Ebony is my cousin, Ebony Hansberry. She has a book out. And let me tell you, before she comes in, I'm going to discuss her. This book is so awesome. It's a children's book. And it's called, let me get the right name because I don't want to misspell it here. It is called Ooh, y'all, it's getting to the end, y'all. It's getting to the end. It's called Big I and Big U. And when I tell you that it is so relatable to children that has parents that live in different households. So my girls love it because their dad, they is in a different state, he has a whole different family. And this book kind of lets them know, like, these kids know that they're loved no matter if they're in the same household or not. It's a really good book. You guys can catch it on YouTube. And I wish I had the book, but my daughters had that book before they left. And I don't know what they did with the book because I bought it and they loved it. But you guys do have to check it out. It's by Ebony Hansberry. It's Big I and Big U. I can see she's trying to get on, but we're having technical difficulties. But I am going to mention her. And then also, she did tell me that she has another book that she's working on, another children's book. It's going to be a part of a series. Oh, she's coming on. There she go. Hold on. There you go.
We've been lounging.
That's okay. Hey, pretty. I was just talking about your book.
I'll be right back.
Oh,
okay, go get your book.
She realized she was on camera and she probably about to go and put some clothes on. She gets dressed up. Look, we call her Tina Turner, girl. She want to dance.
Girl, why my mom just come in here with Tina Turner wig on? Spirit must be somewhere.
She thinks she's Tina Turner. Yeah, so she coming back. She coming back with a performance. But I'm sorry, girl. I was like, you know what? Let me hop on, but let me throw a cap on because I just couldn't get myself together today.
You look good, and it's fine because this is about being real anyway. So if you would have listened to the podcast, my friend Ray, she was real as could be. So
thank you. Okay, so shoot me with your questions.
Okay, so first I want to know, like, field of work, like, what do you do? What do you, what is your interest? Tell us a little bit about you.
Okay, so I am I'm a consultant. I have a real estate background, mortgage origination, tax. I just do client
You do it
services.
all.
Yeah, and mom. So that's my main job. But I just added co-author to that because, of course, I wrote the book with my daughter.
That's an awesome book, girl.
I got to, look, see, she sells her own products. She
That's
wanted
the
to
book. That's an awesome book. Look, the girls had the book. I don't know what they did with the book, but they
they,
loved it.
they so her daughters have the book. Noah. Okay.
Thank you, Noah.
He said thank you. And so it was my first project. I wrote it with her. It is I wrote the book. Um Everything was authentic. The pictures, the
Yes, it
illustration,
was.
everything was from um, incidents and so forth that we had been through as a family. Places we had gone to, real life. Like I know there's one page in there where we're putting together a doll house together,
Mm-hmm.
and there was truly a disagreement.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to hold on, baby, hold on. So I wanted to add, all of the relatable things that parents think children are not, I guess, smart enough to realize that we're displaying in front of them, but they
They catch
know
it.
more than we give them credit to know, and they're reading, the story of their present life, as we go through it. So I wanted to kind of portray that in a book, even with children, that it's okay that your parents disagree. It's okay. The thing that's the most important is you see us working through it and finding a
Yes,
solution.
that's what I liked about it.
Yeah. So, because I mean, of course, it's a working through for me.
Yeah. But the fact, let me tell you
Yeah.
about a part of your book when you said, well, when you wrote in the book that you talked to her, you guys talked to each other. You and so my daughter said, you don't talk to so and so. I said, I actually do, but y'all don't have to know. We just these shirts. She made
Mhm.
these shirts. You know,
Mhm. Mhm.
so
Oh,
they
that's
did it.
sweet. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So but the fact that they caught on to it, they loved. I love that book.
Yeah, I think because children, they don't, I think we think they're looking for perfection, but they're not. They just don't want a lifestyle that makes them nervous, and we pass
Right.
anxiety on to them because even us trying to keep them out, or they don't need to see and all of that, that makes them, shutting them out. Still, they still have their thoughts, so they're living in their mind. Instead of you asking them, well, what you think about that? How did that make you
How that
feel
makes you
when mommy and
feel.
daddy had a disagreement? Just know it was not about you. We both love you, but sometimes adults don't get it right. We don't always have the roadmap to how to do this thing, called life, and be your parents. It's an honor to be your parents, but we all just trying to figure it out.
We all just trying to figure out. Nobody
Yeah.
comes out with a manual.
Nobody comes out with a manual, and then you have to figure out how to navigate, without, and it's a lot, and another part is you asked me what made me write the book or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. So I knew that when she got ready to go to big girl school, that she was really gonna start reading her world, So, oh, mommy, daddy picking, their children up for school. Oh, oh, her dad walk her up, to the classroom, or her mommy walk her up to the classroom, or her
Yeah.
grandparents. So
Yeah.
I knew that the questions were gonna start coming,
And they
you
do.
know and I wanted to try to get in front of it, and so it was a constant conversation, like, you're special, you're important. So I think I kind of got a bad reputation the first year of being like a helicopter mom. At school. I was like, because I was sensitive to the fact that I didn't want her living in her head about things. Like, oh, well, mommy dropped me off. I don't see her till, the evening, but I'm not really seeing my dad as much. So I wanted to kind of try to fill the well of both ends until he had time, because her dad lives out of town, until he had time
Right.
to come in and, and be there for her and so forth. Yeah, so it's a figuring out.
So was it a challenge for her? Like when you was explaining the book to her, she was understanding. You was like kind of going over it with her, and
No, this book is all the pages are things that happen, and I had to have conversations with her at some
oh
point
wow,
within her 6-year lifespan.
oh
So that's
man,
why
okay,
I said every page is truly authentic. The pictures, the words that went with the pictures is something that truly happened in at some
that
point in
makes it
her
more
life.
special. Yeah,
Yeah, so so she didn't have even her dad. They're like, oh, that's when we were at the park. Or everybody,
uh-huh.
we could elaborate on the
Noah wants to say
conversation.
something. Noah, what's up, Noah?
I mean, I thought.
Oh, thank
Let
you,
me
Noah.
see.
So she is an illustrator herself.
Okay, Miss Illustrator,
Yeah, she draws, she make all kinds of art,
and you better
uh,
keep it up.
and dance and ballerina, all kind of stuff. So,
That's
and that's
good.
another thing I noticed that,
Uh-huh.
as of now, 0 to 6, I realized that for the most part, and it's always been a scary thing for me being a singer, that I didn't know how she would be as far as confidence, and having
Mm,
courage, reading all those books thinking like, oh, I don't want her to feel like it's not enough.
yeah.
But she has an overload of confidence. And of course, when
But
she
look
feels
who her
insecure.
mama is.
Right.
That's a good thing.
It is, and I appreciate it. And I pray for her every day because I'm like, everybody gets insecure,
Hmm.
children, adults, and it never goes away. And in those moments that she feels insecure, my prayer is that she always know that she has an open door to come to me, and ask me questions about that. And she
Absolutely.
knows that it's nothing wrong with you. This is common. So yeah.
Okay, okay. Let's see. Is there a part of the book that you want to read?
Is it a part of the book I want
Or
to?
if you're not comfortable, it's okay. You
Wait,
can just
no,
say show.
I'm not uncomfortable.
Okay.
But do you remember? Tell me. So you tell me overall, like, how did it make you feel? I know I'm interviewing you,
It
but
actually no, you're fine. It actually helped me understand, help the kids understand. So when me and the kids read it together,
hmm
and so like I said, the part that out of everything, I said that's the part that stood out. The first thing that stood out to you was how come you don't communicate? I think that they want to see, they want to see it.
yeah,
They want to know that it's okay. But then if
yeah,
they see that it's okay, then I think they kind of loosen up too.
yeah,
And feel like it's okay. Then I don't have to feel funny when I'm around them. You know what I mean? But the
yeah,
book was excellent. The book was like exactly. I couldn't have put it together better. Like I couldn't have made it make sense for a little kid better than the way you did it. And it was the way you presented it. You know what I'm saying? The way that you presented when they was going out together, when the way you talked, the way you communicated, and I don't know. I just loved it. I just loved the way it expressed. And like I said, I was trying to look for it so I can show. I said, "What did they do with my book? I had it right here." Like,
I have it. So I'm gonna read that page. I guess about us being friends. Um, you're talking about her sister's mom, right?
yes.
Okay. Oh, beautiful, Noah. I thought she was gonna get dressed up, so
Hmm.
she's gonna. She says, well, that's like 3 pages long.
Okay.
I didn't know it's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, so she says, this is, and no, this would Noah. Spending time with my big sister. She is my best friend. She is so gentle with me. She is the perfect sister. So let me tell you about
You're a
that.
good reader, Noah. You can't just overlook that baby reading skills. Okay, go ahead.
So let me tell you, she's changing her voice. Let me tell
Okay.
you where they came from.
Hmm.
So she and her sister. No, I'm gonna tell her the story. She and her sister had just finished spending time together like a week before, or but maybe no, it was more time than that. Maybe 2 months before. This was back in. This was during COVID, so this was probably around 2021.
Okay.
So she would have been 4. So she has an iPad, and she had messaged her sister on audio, and she
Okay.
said all that. She said her sister's name Leah, and she was like, "Leah, I love spending time with you. I thank you for being my best friend. You're the perfect sister.
You said
Please don't
that?
ever change."
Oh
She
my God.
said
You gonna
that to
have
her
me
on
keep
audio,
crying, girl.
and she sent it, and she was in her room, and I happened to walk in, and Noah, I can't hear it, baby.
She said, I want y'all to know all my skills.
Yeah, the girl. I'm telling you, Tina Turner want everybody to know. So I walked in on it, and she don't like. She got this thing that she don't want everybody to know her business.
Okay.
She your mama child.
I was gonna say.
So she's like, you don't have to tell everybody. But I walked in, and that was her doing her business with her sister
That was
in
her
private
moment.
in her room on her bed, and she wanted her sister to know,
She's
she was
so
having an
sweet.
intimate moment with her sister. And I
And
was
how
like,
old is Noah?
she's 6 now.
6. Oh,
Hmm.
and that's excellent that she's thinking like that, and she already has a mentality. What, I mean, look at her mama though. You was always like mature, like older.
Yeah,
So
yeah. So yeah.
you're doing a good job though. You got to be
Girl,
proud of
I'm
yourself.
trying. It's trial and error. Can't
And
always
this
be
book is,
right. Okay, look.
I don't know. Hey, no, I don't know if this is gonna cut off or not. I hope not.
Okay.
I hope not. But if it do, I'm gonna put everything down in the comments. Please do not cut off on me. I'm
Okay.
gonna put everything in the comments. I like your doll, Noah, because I'd set it up for 4 hours. But we got. I hope it keeps going. If not, I love you. Thank you for coming on. Oh, it's
Oh,
still
I love
going.
you
Good.
too. Thank you.
We're still going. Good. Let's keep going.
Wait, no, you gotta
Okay,
go
let's
get
keep going. It's letting me keep record.
Oh,
Okay, good. Let's keep going.
okay. I guess it give
Okay.
you 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's
So,
giving me more minutes. Okay, so now you was gonna read another book. Another. You said you had 3 pages.
oh, okay, okay,
I was
okay. So
just hoping we had time, girl.
okay. So he says, "This is when we are together." So when we are together, I try to take the best care of her. She lets me do this. She knows this is how I say I love you.
Hmm. I like
Her
it.
mom and my mom talk on the phone sometimes. They laugh a lot. So I guess that's the part that the
That's
kids.
the part that yes, that my girls that stood out the most. That's what made me question myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. So that's Leah. No, the book is that page was about you and Leah. Remember? So what happened with that page? Leah had come to visit for her birthday, and I didn't even get to see Leah. I was in my room, and her grandma had pulled up, and by the time I didn't get to meet them outside, is what I'm saying. They had already come in,
Okay.
and so by the time I saw Leah, Leah had on this little dress, which is
Hmm.
why the picture's showing them dressing up. And I
Okay.
said, "Oh, Leah, Noah got the same dress. Noah, go get your dress." And her grandma walked us. She said, honey." She said Noah made her change clothes as soon as she hit the door. Thompson, sister, you so beautiful. I gotta put you on a dress like me.
Oh, she love her sister, honey.
She love her sister.
Uh-huh.
So that's like I say, the pictures display. It was easier to do it that way because it was authentic.
Yeah, and it comes across as I didn't know that there was authentic, but it does come across. I was like, this is some real stuff. Like I'm
Hmm.
thinking you just came up with something. Like, how did she come up with the stories? But now it makes
Hmm.
sense.
Hmm.
Okay, that's the best way to do it. Natural.
Yeah, it was all the way natural. And so the title came from Big I and Big U. I did come from a two-parent household. I know you came from a two-parent household. And I didn't even realize until I got older that there was a difference. People from single parent households saw people with two parent households a certain type of way, and I didn't know that was a thing. And until I got into that situation, and it's such a heavy burden on that parent that has to manage the emotional side of that. So the name Big I and Big U came from you don't have to tear, someone else down to build yourself up. And I know children take that to school. They want to tear this person because they think
Go
maybe
ahead.
they got more, or whatever. And it's not the case. We're all dealing with our own personal insecurities one way or the other. So just be kind. You'll never know what a person's dealing with. And so that's kind of
Absolutely.
where the title came from.
Oh, okay. Because I love it. I had to look. That's what I was doing, so people could see Big Eye Review on Amazon, so they'll know to go look for it. I'm telling you, if you have kids, if you're a single parent, if you live they out of state because they're working or whatever the case may be, if you're not in the same household or two separate families, this is a great book, and this is a great book for your kids. I'm telling you now. This is a great book to purchase it. I'm telling you, you can always pull it back out.
That's true, because the family dynamic, it's ever changing. And even with two parents being in the same household, sometimes maybe mommy or daddy is always working. They can't put in that amount of time that the child would desire, and even that bothers the
That's
kid.
true.
So yeah,
I had somebody actually tell me that. They say, even though I live with, my husband, even though I do it all, they said that I'm the one that cook, I'm the one that plan everything, I'm the one that do this. I have to tell them, hey, spend time with your. So in a way, they feel like they're kind of a,
mm-hmm.
so.
Mm-hmm.
But I get it. So either way, it's the dynamics. That's it. And I wanted you to tell me about your future books because we talked about that.
Oh yeah. So Big I and Big U is book one of a 3-part series. And the second book is You Are Me and I Am You. It's kind of similar, like, being so this series is a series about kindness. So it's
Right.
before you tear someone down, kind of see yourself in them. So kind of look at you as tearing yourself down. So it's like being conscious of what you put out, if you
I need that
whatever
book.
you want to whatever you want to
Grown people
receive
need
back,
that book.
make sure you put in that out. So that's, yeah, You Are Me and I Am You.
Well, I
So
can't wait. And I'm I don't know if I know you sent me the cover. I don't know if you want to put the cover out there yet or not. I'll wait. But
no.
it's really nice. It's really nice, everybody. I saw the cover and it's really nice. And I think it's really good, especially for school age. Like if you're a teacher, I think it's perfect to have. And this book that you're talking about now is gonna be the perfect book.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
my kids have issues with people on the bus for school. So I know I've been there.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's so crazy, I think more so now than before. We got so much going on. We in a global world now. You
Mhm.
got children that's immigrants that are gonna be integrated into schools all around.
Yep.
That you're gonna. I think our children go through more culture shock today than we ever had to even think
100%.
about.
Absolutely.
So yeah, so I think yeah, I think it's good for us to kind of be conscious of that. But I want to congratulate you on your project,
Thank you.
Unspoken. Yes, oh my God, I love it. I love it. I love it. But Marsha, you've always been a good writer and a
You
deep,
know,
deep, deep thinker.
not a book though. This is, the book is, I'm loving it though. If I could make this my career, I most definitely would.
I'm
But
sure you can.
it is a challenge, but it's worth it.
So, what was your biggest challenge doing this project?
My biggest challenge was being able to put it out there so people make it available for people. Because you have your small circle, but you really want it to get out there. You really want it, and it's not always about just making money.
Mm-mm.
It's about reaching people and
Mhm.
actually wanting somebody to understand it and changing somebody's life. So that's my biggest challenge is like being able to put it out there, but also the whole process of having to, if you don't understand it, YouTube it, research it, TikTok it, researching everything was kind of tough. Trying to figure out, because what I was told, I took a book class for a year, and almost a year and a half, And in this book class, I was told to own your everything. But having to own everything is a process.
Uh-huh.
So that was my struggle.
Oh my God. So you had to do everything, every part of it.
Every part of it, down
Oh,
to the barcode.
oh wow. Oh wow. Hats off.
So
Okay.
nobody can take it. So I'm putting it on KDP, getting the cover.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to my cousin Audrey, who did the cover.
Mm-hmm.
And she gave me the source file, so I own that. So
Uh-huh.
it's just yeah.
Yeah,
So, but
yeah.
you know the process.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I had to self-publish too. Yeah. Besides, I didn't do the illustration, you know.
But that's okay though, because to me, I thought a children's book would be harder because of the illustrations.
The
Having
illustrator that I found was, when I tell you, she was phenomenal. All I did was, I had some
looking at
real
the book
pictures.
is phenomenal.
Thank you. I have real pictures, and I was like, look, cartoon version is cartoon. Yeah, I'm
What?
telling you, everything was real. I said, cartoon version is cartoon. And so she's like, when we gonna start the next project? I think
Oh,
she enjoyed doing it too.
that's
So
so that's I love it. I think that's awesome that everything was authentic, based on true events, based on true, inspired by true. I love it.
mhm.
Out of a children's book, you don't get that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because I
It's what
wanted
makes
her
it
to,
different.
I wanted to grow with her. I wanted her to look back, and when she turned the page, she see a memory of her childhood.
That's
You
your
know,
legacy. Now
and
she's here.
yeah,
These are her legacy.
yeah. I wanted her to see that, no matter what. And she is such a good friend.
I
I
can
was like,
tell.
oh my gosh, she loves her friends. She's kind to her friends. She tried to be there for them. She tried to be the mediator if there's a situation. I'm like, girl.
You
So,
watch. She
so
already showing those good skills
girl,
that us
so that's where
adults need.
the cover came from, girl. I had to get on to her this school year because she had me bringing food out to the school and she giving it away to her friends. I'm like, uh, I don't know what you done told these people, but you don't come. You're not rich, girl. Food is expensive.
Why my
But
kids have me buy snacks? And I said, why am I buying snacks? Because mama, some of those people in class don't have snacks. So I have to buy snacks. But I have twins. So if I buy snacks for that class, I gotta buy snacks for the other
for
class.
the other class, yeah, I'm like, look, so this year I told her, I said, we're gonna have some financial literacy going on.
Okay.
You about to
We're gonna
turn
have to learn how
7.
to balance and
We about to talk about a budget, and I'm not gonna be. We're not doing that. I can't do it. So, yeah, we're gonna have a rude awakening this year.
come on, mama, come help out the world. She's gonna be, I'm telling you, oh, she's gonna not just the book. The book is just a beginning for her, honey. She's gonna make a
Girl,
mark for real.
that thing is. She does ballet, and she thinks that she's on stage by herself. Yeah, she dances, and I'm talking about, you can see it in her face and her body
Oh
language,
wow.
and the teachers be saying like, "Oh, she just gives
She's
me chills."
intentional when she does everything.
Oh, she gonna live in the moment,
Yeah.
good, bad, indifferent. She present.
You better tell them I said get that baby a solo.
That's what everybody was saying. They was like, she got to. They was coming up to me like, "Mom, she got to do it herself at some point." I said, "Yeah, she got to. She ain't gonna have it no other way."
I know that's right. Go ahead, Noah. That's what's up. I love
Yeah, girl.
y'all. Okay, let me see. Okay, everybody that's came on, I read part of my book to them.
Okay, good. Please. Okay.
So this is part of the book as well. Reflecting on how I was affected by my parents' actions, I was oblivious to the consequences of my own actions towards my own son. I had anger issues. I didn't think how my anger issues affected my son. I didn't want to whoop him, so I would yell at him. I would yell when he wasn't listening. And I didn't have skill set to deal with the child that had the same anger issues I had in the same hyper ways I possessed as a child. So we like to sometimes tell our parents, where we went wrong. I mentioned this to somebody else earlier. We always want to tell them what they did. You could have did this different. We could have did that, but we never think about now that we have kids. This is the best that's the best they could do at that time, at that point in their life. I think I was talking to Melanie about that. So I just wanted to know, like, your opinion on that. Like, how do you feel about how we, you know what I mean, how our impressions affect our kids?
Oh yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. I get tickled a lot of times, now that I have my own. And, my dad, he was so hardcore.
Yeah.
Oh, you will see when you have your own. I hope you get it back 3 times and all.
Why
And
do you tell us that? Why
you
do you
know,
want us to go through such horrendous?
and I get it. I do. I get it. But yeah, I don't think, I think I went through a space where I, it was hard for me to forgive my parents over some of the things from my childhood or whatever,
I think it's a lot of us that was
and
like that.
I don't think it's because I needed them to be perfect. I think I needed them to be accountable to their actions as it related to me and their children. And I think and I try to be conscious with Noah about that. You try back then, you couldn't call your parents out and say they tell you, I'm your mom, I'm your dad. I brought you in this world, I'll
Yeah,
take
we
you
all
out.
grew up like that.
And there's no accountability there because although this little person does have a brain and they have emotions, and if you do not, if you do not at least be present with them and how they feel with their emotions, they harbors it, they don't forget it, and they push it somewhere back in their heart, and it becomes hardened because
Pardon.
yeah, if you don't esteem me in some kind of way, then you're either going to try to find it somewhere else, or you're going to just become
Find it
hard and
somewhere else.
not nurture that part in your own life.
Very true.
um so yeah, I do think that, but I guess they did with that. It was one of them things that
That's
children
the
need
best
to
they
say.
knew at that age, at that
And I
time
think
in their life.
some of it was necessary, because I think that now
I think it shaped that generation too, though, because like we
yeah,
came from the
it
same.
was it was a
All of them
generational
was like
thing.
that.
Yeah, and I think some of it was necessary because I think I have a real respect for boundaries, and it's because I grew up a certain type of way. There
You was
is a
always a
time and a
sweet
place.
child.
Huh?
You was
Yeah,
always a sweet child.
everybody says that, but I was a rough teenager.
You was a sweet. Oh, see, I ain't see the teenager. That's when I ain't see you because you were gone then.
Yeah, everybody says that, but yeah, like I think that even growing up with my parents, and the God knows they were not perfect, but my dad was such a person that it was almost so militant when it came to you a kid, stay in your place, you do
That's
this,
what I
you do
told my
that.
mom. But kids have feelings too, and if you expect kids to deal with that when grown people can't even deal with those
When
feelings,
grown
I
people
said the
can't
same
even deal
thing.
with that. But me having a child, I'm trying to teach boundaries. I'm like, okay, and so someone had to pull my coattail and say, hey, you know, there has to be some separation between you being the adult and her being the child, because you don't want that to roll over into disrespect,
There you go. There
So
you go.
I think it's necessary. Maybe not the whippings, and I don't know how that would have turned out had I not gotten whippings or whatever, because I did, and plenty of them, probably more
That's
than
how we
most.
are. Yeah, me too, girl.
And my mom, she, even with her, like I used to think my mom was like, oh, she too soft, she too this, but I think now that I am a woman, I can appreciate her quiet strength. Like my mom
She's
ain't the
girl.
type
She's
to rock the
awesome.
boat. She ain't gonna get in her kids' business like that.
She was just really
And
like
some
really calm. Like, come on.
yeah, she
The
like it's
the the reason.
yeah, and it's like she allow you to really work through your own. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right, absolutely.
And so now that, when you navigate relationships with friends, maybe a significant other, coworkers, you learn that it is best for you to work it out with the person that you having issues with, and not your parents getting too deep into your mix and all of that.
That's where I gotta have that boundary. I mean, I'm not as bad, but I can be like with the twins. I'm like, oh, like mama, and I do need to like step out. Like I said, okay, I'm not gonna say anything. And then the next day, she was just so sad. I said, "Do you need me to step in now?
Mm-hmm.
You keep
Mm-hmm.
hitting me, you know."
Yeah, exactly.
I said, "Okay, I
Exactly.
thought."
Exactly. So I'm like, I think still trying to learn that balance. That's a constant, trying to figure it out. But I think like um we need some of that old school generation now, because it's too much.
It's too leniency.
It's too much leniency. It's too much stimulation from social media, from the need.
I'm
Like
glad
my
we didn't have that.
Yeah, it's bad. Everybody feels the need to say everything that's on their mind, and your child want to express everything on the internet. And it's like, no, like everything is not for everybody. You can person know what you're thinking because you don't put it all out there
And you
every day,
can't get it back.
every day, So I think some of the ways of our parents does need to be adopted.
I got you. I got you. We can buffet some of their ways.
Yeah, yeah.
Some of them.
Yeah. So yeah.
Absolutely.
So let me ask you something. Okay, as it related to that, like, do you feel like because of how you felt with your parents, had you crossed that threshold of like being able to forgive them for the things that you felt like, oh man.
Yes, because I realized as I got older, and then also just spending time with God, honestly, just because I mean, I had nowhere else to go because I was just like, who? I had no direction, no nothing. I just like, God, I need you to get into my mind. I just didn't know what to do with myself, and He just started filling me and giving me answers, giving me peace with certain things. And some of the stuff was just, shoot, I don't even, you know. My kids, my own kids, I'm like, shoot, they probably mad at me for some of the stuff I did. So let me back up and really look at what they really did. And that's when I say they did the best they could do at the time, at that time in their life.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I have forgiven, and I just accept, you know what, they are who they are, and I'm gonna love them regardless.
Absolutely. Yeah. I had to do the same thing. I was like, you know what? And I think that
Because
came
you're
down
hurting yourself. It's just
late.
festering, and then
Yeah.
you feel so
Yeah.
much better when you just like, you know what, you are who you are.
You are who you are. And that didn't come from me until I became a parent either. You
Yeah.
know. Mhm.
See, kids will do that to you.
I just wonder, I don't think you really, really grow up until you have to be liable to someone else. You know what I'm saying? And responsible for another person. And it don't have to be somebody you pushed out, just a sibling that you're responsible for, a child
Yep,
of your own. I don't think you grow up until then.
I agree. I agree that that gives you more responsibility because
Hmm.
now you're understanding. Okay, wow, somebody. I'm responsible for somebody. So if something happens to them, it's gonna fall back on me.
The pressure. Yeah, that pressure makes you grow up. Yeah.
Yeah, we are doing some echoing here, but yeah, I can't get off the echoing. Sorry, world out there, but but it is echoey. But I can still kind of get what you're saying. I hope it ain't. Can you hear the echo?
I can.
Yeah, but it's okay. I don't know how to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yep. But anyway, yes, I do want to ask you questions before we get off of here really quickly.
Okay.
If you could give your advice to your younger self, what would you tell your younger self?
Um, if I could give my younger self advice, what would I tell my younger self? Uh, You know what? I don't know because I do not. I don't really regret
Anything. It made you who you were.
that. Yeah, because I think everything is a lesson.
I
I think that I did go through a period of being angry. And I wish that I could have um been a little bit more kind to myself or whatever. But I mean,
for others.
yeah, I got some fire in me anyway.
Okay. Oh,
So
we
you
all
you
know.
have to, and that's this, you got it. I think it's all necessary. You need some fire in you for survival or whatever. So I mean, I don't know. Another question, didn't I hear people ask that question, but that's not
What
one
do you
that
tell?
really
I think what I would tell my younger self is stay away from the guys. I don't know why I was just so looking for the love, looking for that, validation or whatever. I would tell myself, you
absolutely,
validate
yeah,
yourself enough, boo.
absolutely.
Focus.
And it could be that I think that we all wanted to have someone, when you come from like family and you see a man and a woman, you want that.
You
You know
want
what I'm
that.
saying? It's not your fault that you make mistakes in choosing. Now that's one thing. Like, I wish I was taught how to vet early on. God knows I didn't know how.
Girl, that's a whole
I
other
wish
podcast, girl.
I was taught how to vet, rather than trial and error. Like, I just had the tools, but my parents didn't talk to me about that.
I think that's life. Everybody that's been on here has learned through trial and error.
I
So
didn't. No one really taught me like about vetting properly until Stacy. Stacy was like, yeah, she was like, this is that and the other. She was married, and she was like, no. She was the one who was like, she put everything into perspective. She put everything that if I was to say I had how relationship resonated with me and how it was supposed to go, you know, she demonstrated her and her husband, they demonstrated that for me, you know.
oh, okay.
Yes,
So
I
it doesn't have to necessarily be your parents. It could always be
no, like, and I think
other.
God wanted that for me. I think He wanted, it was like building a bridge. He wanted, like, this is the desire that's in your heart. I'm gonna give you this model to follow, so that when that time comes,
You will
you
know.
know, you will know what to do. So she was, she was quiet like my mom, but she was loud enough where she didn't have to say anything. It was like her actions said everything. He
Mm-hmm.
was truly respectful. He was a hardworking man. The kids were good, no bickering.
Right.
So yeah, I would have to say that.
Okay.
Vetting properly.
Okay. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. The whole thing with men.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want you to, before we get off here, is to remind me or remind us where we can find your book. Is it just on Amazon?
Yeah, so right now it's just on Amazon. You can find it. You can just type in BIBU
I got it right there.
or Ebony Hansberry. It's by Ebony Hansberry and Noah Johnson. Here
And
is
Noah.
the cover. I'm doing an event in September. So I'll be selling them as a vendor at this event in Memphis. But yeah,
Well,
Amazon.
put down where the event's going to be in Memphis so people know where to find you in the comments.
Okay.
Oh, wait,
Okay.
you can't send it to me and I'll put it in the comments because you're not on Facebook.
Okay. 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 I'll
All
do
right.
that.
Thank you so much for your time. Bye, Noah. Thank you, little author.
Rashida moved on to other things. How she?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you and good luck. And
Thank
I can't wait.
you.
I can't wait to read it all.
Yes, ma'am. I
I read a couple
appreciate you.
pages, but I need to finish it.
Well, good. I can't wait to hear what you think.
Okay. Okay. Take care.
Bye. Thank
Bye.
you. Okay, guys. So we went longer than I was supposed to. I think I've been doing pretty good. All right. So I'm about to end this, but I do want you guys to remember, check this book out. You guys, I've been sitting here for like 4 or 5 hours. I've been doing good. Don't forget, on Amazon or through my website right there, it is Unspoken Thoughts, Virginia. It's for lovers, told through story and poetry. Thank you guys for tuning in. Don't forget to like, share, comment. I'm going to go through. I'm going to write your names down, put you in a drawing, and I'm going to give away at least 5, probably more than that. But you guys going to have to, participate. Thank you. Until next time.